Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to YouTube Live Sports. Matt Harris in commentary, representing YouTube Live Sports, and from the National Best Deaf Bowls Championships, we have Stuart Foe?
Stephen Fox.
Stephen Fox. Hey, listen, we're here for the deaf games, not the blind ones. So, look, we've got a wonderful treat for you. We're coming to you live from Charlestown, Club Charlestown, home of the Tigers, and we'll be a new representation in the Platinum Bowls New South Wales Championships. And with the National Championships, it's my first time being involved with deaf bowls. So, viewers, if you're tuning in, welcome to this wonderful Tuesday. We're in I wouldn't say indoor, it's undercover here at Charlestown, and we've got some great sponsors we'll talk about throughout the course of the day. Got some great spectators, but I've got a very special guest commentator here, Stephen Fox. Where are you from and how are you?
Oh, I'm good, mate. It's great to be here. This is my first Deaf Bowls Championships. I'm from Club Charlestown on the Sunshine Coast, representing Queensland. And what a lovely venue. The weather's been perfect. And it's just everybody's just having such a good time. There has been some absolutely incredible bowls being played. A lot of people think that because we have the disability of being deaf that we don't really fit in some places, but I'll tell you what, there's bowlers here that wouldn't look out of sorts in a Division 1 club side, pennant side. You know, it's outstanding. So, and we're into the hard end of the singles and women's singles, and later on we've got the men's fours finals, so it's just exciting and plus all day.
Brilliant. Now I'm just going to try and find out what bowls they're using. Billy, bowls. We've got a wonderful support team here from Club Charlestown, from the umpires to the volunteers. But Billy, Mr. Baxter, he has just helped me out terrifically. I actually didn't even need to turn up. He he did it all. We're just actually finding out what bowls the ladies are using. But just tell us, who are our in the semi-final? We've got obviously 2 matches, but who have we got playing today?
Yeah, we have Helen Cruden from Arimba RSL Bowls Club, and we have Kate Leese from Eton in WA. So
now, is this for Leese Row? Is that like ACT or Arimba? I'm just trying to think. It could be New South Wales Club.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah. We have players here this week from Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria, ACT. We have one lady from South Australia, but they don't have an association, so she links in with the Victorian Association. And we have the bowlers in black, Kate, all the way from WA. So,
terrific.
Yeah.
And obviously we're still waiting for play to get underway, and we have no time limit on this. It's 21 up. The ladies will play in singles. How did you get involved in the sport?
I've been bowling for probably the last 20 years. I started socially, and then I decided that, hey, this is good, this is great, I want to be a bit more committed to this. So only in the last 3 or 4 years, so to speak, I've really taken it seriously to try and get to state/national level. And I was actually unaware of deaf bowls, and they've been around since the early 70s, 60s. And through a Bowls Queensland magazine, I saw an article on the last games they had here, and I thought, I didn't know about this. So I made some inquiries, and yes, I got into Deaf Bowls Queensland, and all I can say is what a fantastic bunch of people, So if there's anybody out there, all you need is an audiogram. Get in touch with your state, and they can put you onto the Deaf Bowls Association. You need an audiogram, you get a classification, join the club, and then you're underway. And we have things like this. Our goal from this is the 2027 World Deaf Bowls Championships here at Club Charlestown. So we're all looking for that jumper. So yeah, it's just another option out there for bowlers, and sort of if if you're thinking about it, just go ahead and do it. You know, just if you think you might classify, you might not, just go and get an audiogram and, you know, go from there, and that sorts it all out.
Terrific. Now, we're just trying to work on our captions coming through YouTube, but we've also, our first visitor on our stream, all the way from Scotland in Fife. Mary Ingram's a big supporter of our YouTube channel, so this does definitely go globally. But who's our marker? Because she's got a special visitor named Ben the Hearing Dog. So who have we got there?
It's okay. So Sue Higgins from Streaky Bay in South Australia. She's the lady I just previously mentioned. She is marking the game. Now, unfortunately for Sue, that she is the only player at the moment in South Australia, but the Deaf Bowls Australia Association is working on that on all states. We want to branch out to Tasmania, as well as try and get things going in South Australia. We're very well established in Queensland. Western Australia are reasonably well established, and we've got a little bit of work to do with Victoria and New South Wales, but the momentum is starting to gain and people are starting to become more active, proactive in what we're doing and everything, and sort of, it's exciting times ahead for deaf bowls,
which is terrific. And just a little bit about the hearing dog. It's the first time I've actually heard of a hearing dog. We have Ben. I haven't heard of, I think it's Tenterfield, but that's how it sounded like. But she used to have a cavoodle. This is her fourth deaf or hearing dog, and thank you to the Lions Club who sponsor that. They sponsor the Lions Assistance Dogs, and they've also now looking at diabetic dogs and epilepsy as well. Freaking amazing. I just knew there was guide dogs, right? But we're obviously doing amazingly well. But we've got the players here that are obviously, we're focusing on the bowls, and we've got the Orange Taylor SRV size 3 from Helen Cruden, and the Aerodynamic size 2 with the grey bowls from Kate Leese. Kate has just sent down the better of her 4, and maybe she is one down to that Jack High bowl of Helen Cruden. That's just to the right of the screen. Now, the good vantage point here on what happens on YouTube Live Sports is you can see the screen. As commentators, we either look at the screen or we look at or the green, and sometimes depth perception is quite interesting.
Yeah, so Helen's just sent her second bowl there, and that falls over. That might be close. She might be holding 2. I think she's certainly got 1, maybe 1 and a measure. So obviously from angles from where we are, it's hard to tell distance-wise. But so I played on rink 6 last night, and that rink is running very well. Yep, it's 1 to Helen. So the difference between the SRVs and the Dynamics, I think on this green they won't be much difference between them, but I think the Dynamics will just have a little bit more turn than the SRVs, just from what I played on this rink last night.
I was speaking to the greenkeeper Nathan Dawson. Now, Nathan is no stranger to the world of lawn bowls. He's had New South Wales Open and now in the over 40s. And I actually played bowls yesterday at Woonona down the Illawarra area, and I actually had the good fortune of playing with Ray Pearce. Now Ray Pearce is a skip in the 40s, but he's had numerous caps for New South Wales as well, and a former Jackaroo. And I made up the numbers yesterday, but I really enjoyed the experience playing with a good skip. But Nathan Dawson and Club Charlestown have been accepted into the Platinum Pennant, which is Bowls New South Wales Premier competition. It's in its 3rd season, with Club Warilla winning it the first time, and actually, no, the other way, Club Warilla and then Club Marylands, led by the GOAT, Omar Sharif, Aaron Sheriff. So what a great starting bowl here to follow up in this 21-up format. And the key is to get ahead on the score sheet is to go back-to-back ends in lawn bowls. Momentum is very difficult, but if you can get early on in singles, it can create that momentum where next thing you've dropped about 5 shots and you're starting to get scoreboard pressure. Is there a format that you prefer to use?
I personally love singles. I love the challenge. Singles is all about pressure. It's momentum and pressure, putting pressure on your opposition. And the thing I love about singles the most is you can't blame anybody else. There's just you, and you've got 4 bowls. You're not relying on a second or a third or a skip or whatever. And I think singles is also the challenging game because it's 21 up, no time limit. I mean, this game hypothetically could go for 3 hours. It could go for 45 minutes. You just don't know how it's going to turn out.
So it's interesting you say that, Stephen, because Michael, the president of Deaf Bowls, said, "How long are you here for?" And I said, "Well, how long it takes." I said, "I hope you haven't got a dinner date." And I said, "You know what? I got into live streaming because of my connection to Boyd Dumbrell, who's known as the Happy Bowl. When I first met this fella, he was the Dane Edna of bowls. It was up the Australian Open." He had the glasses, he had these big dangly earrings, and he was speaking in this very funny voice. And he's from Toronto, so he's from this area. And I thought, "Who are you?" I'm the Happy Bowler. And I went, "Oh, Ruth, if you just come straight off the float from the Mardi Gras." However, no, he's happily married with a couple of kids. But he's just an icon and a character of that. As we just focus on the bowls here, you can see that Helen, she's in the Australian shirt. She has a classification, and we will talk about our classification soon, with the AU2. She has over 55, is it decibels or dB, in her good ear, and we'll go there in a moment. But I just want to talk about the bowls. She's found a range rather early. And Nathan Dawson was suggesting the green speed around about 14 at the moment. Bowls aren't ripping. When I played it with Nuna, they had the sprinklers on to slow it down from 19 seconds. So, and it was howling nor rest. So it was extremely difficult to bowl. But she's found her. And look, we've got obviously people with different levels of experience. But both these players, Helen and Kate, have played for Australia in the AU2. Now, viewers, I will type this down, but for you to get the captions on our stream, all you need to do is hit on the right-hand side of the screen and you will get the captions. And Maddie Jacobs, I'll find out for you where the results are, where you might be able to find them, but that's probably a question for yourself or for Michael. But let's talk about the classification, if we may.
Yeah, I was just looking at Helen. She's just dropped another bomb in there, so I'm pretty sure she's holding 3.
This is a big bowl for Kate because, look, in singles, if you're going to drop one, you want to drop 1, not 4. And at the moment, we're almost looking at definitely 3.
Yep. She's coming in. I think she's just going to pull up a little bit short.
And you got to be up to enjoy it, right?
Yeah.
And look, we use a lot of these different languages and slang and terminologies, but how about the classification?
So the classifications is all determined by your audiogram, and we have 3 classifications. So we start at AUO, which allows you to play at state level, and it all depends on how much your hearing loss is. So Helen just picked up 3 then, so I think she's jumped out to a 4-0 lead.
And just on that to say, when I'm playing singles, and I've been playing since 1985, if I am more than one end behind the player, I don't get nervous, but I start to feel I'm out of the game. So I could score a 4. If I'm 5-0 down, oh damn, I'm now 2 ends behind. That's if you get a full count. But yes, but on the it's interesting because I'm being educated totally on what's happening. So AU2, how many different?
AU2 means that you can go to international level.
Right.
So AU1 you can play state and national. So we have players here that are AU1 and AU2. AU1 players are allowed to play at this level, but they can't go next level to international.
Right.
The AU2 can go and play international, which is the international Deaf Bowls Federation World Championships here in 2027.
Now, if you look at our screen, there are so many spectators up in the gallery, a lot of people coming through. So if you're at home and you're thinking, what I'd like to do, come to the Club Charlestown. We'd love to see you. There's a bar, there's wonderful facilities, lots of lovely people, and we've got a number of games going on at the moment. And look, we haven't got that vision at the moment. We've got another women's semi-finals, but what other matches have been played this morning? Because we have 2 beautiful greens here, but one being used at the moment, both undercover. What other are the other we've got? Are they all singles matches going at the moment?
So this morning we got the men's semi-finals, and the women's semi-finals, and then that will lead into the women's final and men's. Sorry, we're in the quarterfinals, men's semi-finals, and then this afternoon we have the final of the men's fours.
Right.
So
Fabulous. And look, viewers at home and wherever you are watching, we do have an interpreter that is on her way, Minnie, and with a bit of all about signing and using the Auslan for those people who are perhaps and I like this hard of hearing or deaf, rather than this hearing challenged or impartial hearing and those sorts of things. But yes, but any news on results, or is that a question for our president, where they might be able to see? Is there any results?
I'll have a talk to Michael later.
Okay.
Just on that, one other thing I'd like to point out is in normal everyday-to-day life, we all wear hearing aids, or some of us have cochlear implants. Some are profoundly deaf, so they just sign language. But when we play at this level and at international level, if you wear a hearing aid or if you take have a cochlear implant, you must remove them to play.
Isn't that amazing?
And
obviously
you know
got
what?
a level playing field.
I had never done that before, and when I go back to my home club, I'm taking my hearing aid out because I can't hear anything, and it's just me and the bowls, And
isn't that terrific?
Yeah, I mean, Kate's just dropped a bomb in there earlier, and
which is what she needed to do, because as I mentioned, that 2-end gap starts to wear on you emotionally, the scoreboard pressure. But look, here she comes. She's got an option to get 2 here. I'd be playing my forehand to make sure that if she's a little high, she's got at least 3 feet to draw. She's in good area. You notice the bowls aren't ripping. Noticing the dynamic, they do have a fairly neutral draw line. They don't hook like an XG or maybe the Optima. And it looks like, sadly, she missed out on the free kick. And there's our wonderful marker, Sue Higgins. And I will try and zoom in at one stage to see where her hearing dog is. Yeah, I can see him in his little basket. He's not moving around at the moment. But there you go. We're going to change the score. And like all things, Stephen, I'm going to call you Stuart because I was calling the guy yesterday in commentary, Stuart. Stephen, it's all about process. And if I don't follow the process and do the scoreboard, next thing we're about four ends behind. So when I'm actually talking to you, I am proving that men can multitask. My wife would disagree with that. G'day, Briggsy. I hope you're having a good morning. And, they say a happy wife, happy life. Well, happy husband, is a happy life, I can tell you. But look, once you get an end, there you want to be. It's actually a good jack high bowl because there's a gap where that target is still not, but if you're right on top of it, particularly when you're playing people who are a bit more aggressive in their nature, I'm not too sure, obviously knowing these ladies' background, they're both Australian representatives, so they've probably got all the shots. Yeah. It'll be interesting to see their different strategies on length, on when Kate's obviously shortened it up a little bit to what Helen had it. I know myself when I play singles, I don't ever think that the game's got away from me. And one of the important things is getting in the grind. Once you get in the grind and you get your confidence, it's all about self-belief. And last night I was down 16-9 and I came back to lead 18-16 and lost on the last end, and we actually timed out because we're on 2.25 hour time limit. So that's what I mean by this game could go for 3 hours or it could go for 45 minutes. You just don't know, I think that last night was the first time ever I've timed out in a game of singles. But it was just an absolute crackerjack game of bowls. So everybody tells me to watch, but I was out there doing it, But I think it's important that you get in the grind, and these ladies have played for Australia. They were over at Scotland. They know what it's all about. Oh, Scotland, they would have had to be rolling up on cricket pitches, weren't they?
Yeah. And I'd just like to mention a quick mention to my coach, Caitlin Inch, and my assistant coach, Barry Lester, back at Kiwana. Hi, guys. I'm trying to do us proud. And to our bowls manager, Jeremy Henry, we're so lucky we've got Jezza up there.
Well,
so
it's interesting
hopefully
that
you guys are watching. That unfortunately, I'm just commentating today. I couldn't make the cut.
Well, Stephen, it's interesting you mentioned that because I'm Northern Beaches based. My home club at the moment is DY Bowling Club. We actually got in our Open Gender pennant. We got to we won our regional section of the 16 in the state, but we didn't get out of our section where Tarrant Point got the chocolates and Tuncurry, which is owned by St John's Park. Here she comes. Now, you able to see that monitor? If you can't, I can just turn it around a little bit just so you can see
light.
it.
Yep, that's
a little
perfect,
bit glary because I know you're trying to look over the top, and I can actually fortunately see.
Yeah.
But look at this nice grouping from Miss Leese. Kate's done well. So here comes Helen with the orange Taylor SRV. Little high. But she's trying to get under.
Probably cut that back to 3 because she, sort of. So
we're all square on the big board. And I don't mean the big board, that's in pennants. But listen, talking about Kawana, so I've been on the Northern Beaches now probably 30 years. My home club was Mona Vale, but when I first started playing bowls, I played in the father and son with my dad back in 1985 as a 15-year-old at Willoughby Park. And bowls has changed, but there's a lot of history in lawn bowls, and it's interesting that it's called bowls now because we're not on a lawn, we're on carpet here. And so, look, bowls is the game I generally try and refer to now as they're looking for the tape. And if in doubt, measure and 3. And there's our marker. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Terrific.
Well done.
And if you look at the scoreboard there, it should have updated. I just got to press return. But my wife and I sold out of Sydney on the Northern Beaches probably about 14 years ago, and we bought up at the Sunshine Coast. So with the movement of Barry and Jeremy to Kawana, how far north of Brisbane are you?
About an hour.
So Caloundra, close to you. Are you coastal with Kawana? Because I've been to Kawana, but I haven't been to the club.
Caloundra, 10 minutes.
Okay. Yeah. So if I was to come from Noosaville, about an hour? Or less?
45 minutes,
That's doable. And I know that Premier League, look, I'm a grade 1 bowler at the moment, but look, it all depends on how much practice I've got going as I change my my monitors to what we should be watching. But obviously the movement of someone from Burleigh as your coach, he's now ended up at Kawana, and Jeremy, things are looking good for... How long have you been there?
I've been at Kawana for 2 years.
The Kawana Thunder.
2 years, the Kawana Thunder. Go to Thunder.
Was Brett Wilkie there?
Sorry?
Was Brett Wilkie there?
Brett Wilkie was there. Ryan Burnett was there. Obviously, Caitlin Inch is there. Look, the atmosphere, that's an absolute beautiful bowl there from Helen. She seems to be bowling well coming away from the club. So,
Interesting you say that. I also get going away from the club, going towards the club, playing forehand, backhand. Look, in singles, I've really tried to work on my game to improve my game of singles. I actually was fortunate enough to link horns with Cameron Curtis, who's ex-Australian coach, and I used to play bowls against him when I was a junior. And he looked like Shane Warne, you know, a very significant figure. And he said to me, Matt, look, if you want to play backhand, I'll play a lot of friend, and you need to work on your singles because it's just you against your opponent. You know, that first bowl is crucial.
Yep.
She nailed it, and then that makes the rest of the end, you know, and now she'd want to be one-on-one behind there. She's probably given her opponent a chance with these arrows to get under that. I'd imagine that Kate should play slightly a yard through. She has second shot, and she's on that track already.
Yeah, she's played with a bit of weight there. She's come through, bang, what a lovely shot.
So
that is why she's played for Australia.
So I'm going to bring in a couple of my friends, and those who have watched my coverage, we got Mr. Chalky. And we also, when we're playing team sport, we get our dancing frog, and you're saying, get that India, cop that. So it's all about sledging.
Yeah.
The viewers love it at home.
Yeah.
And away you go.
Oh, trust me, you don't love it on the green when it's happening. when it's happening against you.
And it's hard to stop. Helen's played a rather good reply,
Yeah.
finished in a good home.
Yep. So, so I'm thinking that Kate's holding 2 on a measure, I think, here. Probably 3.
Absolutely.
And that's a good bowl from Kate. She's come in, she's got some coverage at the back now, so that if Helen does play through with weight and does trail the jack, if it doesn't go where she wants it to go, Kate's got coverage.
Well, bowling with the SRVs, she could play a tight line and get under Kate's, but she's gone high trying to draw second shot, because if she went slightly narrow, the chance of pumping up another bowl. This is a fair effort. Once again, if you can't get the shot, draw to cut it down, and that's a really effective goal. So I'm actually going to give these girls a bit of a round of applause, because so far we're 4-all, arm wrestle, no time limit. Oh, I reckon.
Yep.
We should put maybe 3.
Helen's come in the back door there, and she's cut that back to 1. That's an outstanding effort. She really didn't have a lot of options as to where she could go.
Absolutely, but the weight control was very good. So it looks like WA, and I think I'm sure Rimba's like a Canberra or New. I'll have to find out from that, but look, it could be Central Coast. Because it is the Rimba, Leese, and Dr. Google's working his magic here, and we've got our Western Australian doing a good job as we change our cameras. I do not only the commentary, but involved, as you've mentioned, the cameras, and it's a good progress.
Central Coast.
I thought it was Central Coast. I was just thinking of Rimba.
Yeah.
The Lisa Rowe had...
we like to be certain.
Absolutely.
And I must say that it's a pleasure for me to be here. I mean, this whole experience for me, I'm on the committee of Deaf Bowls Australia, and we've worked really hard to try and make this as good as we can, and just to be able to sit here, and this is actually relaxing for me because I'm actually sitting down for a while.
I'm really rough here, and I have noticed a little bit of a big scar on your left knee. What happened there? A shark attack, or did you actually? No disrespect to what happened on the northern beaches.
No, it was hindering my delivery, so I said it's got to go. So we did the knee replacement, and
So what cartilage on cartilage was it?
Bone on bone.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
I was going to say, because you got no cartilage left.
Yeah, I'm not hearing too much cheering or jumping over and down under in the men's semi-games over there, so that's all very serious. So,
well, they're all in the zone, aren't they?
We've got a nice setup now for the bowlers at home. If you look at the setup here, you can be, one thing Barry Lester's taught me, you can be short and still be in the game. But if you're a metre short or a half a metre short, you're not in the game. You know?
We look at 30 centimetres, like a normal school ruler, effective bowls, and it's great you mentioned that point. As we've got Kate on the forehand, just trying to stay, well, look, with that dynamic line, she may get through that hole.
That is a lovely bowl. And she's got the luxury there now. She's got the 2 bowls on the left-hand side of the jack. She can afford to be a little bit more assertive with her weight and play onto them and roll them up. That weight that she played there was probably the perfect weight. And now the problem for Helen is she's got to find a way in there. So her best option, I think, is play with a little bit of weight onto her bowl.
She might get the cannon.
Yep. And that's... I think she's just... going to be a bit shy.
She might even find the gap and draw the shot.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, this is 2 Australian representative bowlers at their best. This is fantastic.
Sport for choice, Mary Ingram, all the way from Fife, Scotland. I'm bet you're glad. And I'm not too sure what time it is over in Scotland. I have a brother-in-law, Mark Screen, who you can hardly understand what he says. But what a treat. And look, we're going to be here all day. Come on down. Yeah. The club, if you've never been to Club Charlestown, is right in the middle of town. So you can hear a bit of traffic noise and you know, when I was in Grafton, it was like you're almost in a paddock. No, not too bad, but here we go.
Right next door to Charlestown Shopping Centre.
Absolutely. I like this direction. It's just all on her weight. She needs to probably be a metre through, and we're not going to see that. He could have backdoored it.
Yeah, not quite.
So
while we're waiting for them to sort out, I'd just like to thank Lake Macquarie Council for their assistance with this. They've helped us out immensely. Club Charlestown, they've been fantastic. Deaf Sports Australia has been really, really on the ball and guiding us and helping us, and
we've got Gouchy Fitness as well coming on board there, so you can't do it without it. The Lake Macquarie City, what a great job. And look, I believe this could be 2 shots. But look, I hope you're enjoying only 1.
Yep.
Well, she's actually out of the copybook. If you can't get the shot, drop 1. Look, I would want to see a 20 all, 1 in to go. I think that's what the audience wants. I'm sure the others don't want that. But let's see what happens.
And look, you know, the way these ladies are playing, that's quite possibly on the cards. Sort of neither of the ladies seem to be getting a break, although Helen did at the start, but Kate got the mat back.
Well, they haven't been varying the mat and the length up too sort of extreme at the moment.
Interesting you say that. Kate's just thrown
and that's why I'm having to adjust my damn camera. So she's gone, so enough of this.
She obviously feels that she's getting the read of the green now, and that's another thing with singles. You've got psychology, you know, like if your opponent's struggling on short ends, you want to stick to short ends, but if they're struggling on long ends, you stick to long ends. You know, you sort of there's more than just, let's step on the mat and roll a bowl down there, you know. Especially when you get to this level, you need to find every advantage over your opponent that you can find, and
So how's this? Mary Ingram from Scotland, good evening to you. It's 28 minutes past midnight, and she's in bed watching a great game of bowls by 2 ladies.
Mary, I hope you don't have to go to work tomorrow morning.
Oh, look, she probably can. She might just have a morning coffee.
Yeah.
And Mary, just as you obviously, because we like to obviously talk about what's happening on the screen, but just give us a plug for your bowls club that you play for. No doubt it should be probably an indoor club. And are you looking forward to obviously the Com Games coming to Scotland, which will be a different format than what we're playing here, more of a BPL type format. I believe it'll be sets play, but once again we'll see how we go. But thanks for joining us. I really appreciate it. All right. These ladies are getting to the centre line here.
Kate has really found her line. She's got 2 bowls. She's probably half a metre short on a front bowl, and I think because she's on the line, the umpire's saying, the marker's saying a measure, so she's not going to commit either way, which is what you should do if you're marking a game. You must be neutral. So just some scores from the men's games going on. Andrew Turner versus Peter Rookers. That probably should have been Andrew Turner versus Stephen Fox, but anyway.
What happened there, by the way? Did you show up, or were you outplayed?
Well, like I said, I was down 16-9. I got back last end. I'm leading 18-16, and I had nightmares about my last bowl. It was a 0-0 bowl, and unfortunately I went to 0. Peter played an absolute bomb and drew in to make it to get 3 and 1 on the last end.
And that happens. Look, our players have sent through 3 of their 4th bowl, but let's have a look at the results. We're obviously looking at 2 shots, I believe, at the moment to our SRVs, which is Helen Cruden, so we might see a lead change. This is what it looks like for the players' perspective, and they're going to come through. But so get back to obviously where your name should be, but it's not. So who else have we got?
Peter Rookers, and good on Peter, another Queenslander. So Queensland won either way. He's leading Andrew Turner from New South Wales 4-3, which you'd expect that, Queensland over New South Wales.
It's supposed to be non-biased commentary here, just quietly. My apologies, New South Welshmen. We can't hear you anymore, Stephen. No, sorry.
We have Brian Lockyer is from New South Wales, is leading David Wilcox from New South Wales 7-2. Russell Jackson from Queensland is leading Paul Webster from New South Wales 8-3. George Ravelich and Gary Hagan. George is from WA, Gary is from Queensland. That's a close game, 4-all. And the other ladies semi-final is Robin Larkin is on 2 and Amanda Cove is on 3. So there's pretty much close games all the way through there. So
Wonderful.
That'll be interesting to see how that pans out.
And
Now,
just as you were reading that out, Helen did have a chance to try and draw within 3 feet. And her line was nice, but she just pulled up a little short. And it's interesting when I can see both players are getting to the centre line often, but when you're still a little bit doubtful about your line, we don't say you're a chicken, but generally you don't send it, or you don't be practice drawing a little bit further away. Because if you're holding shot, you generally want to cross the head, right?
There's this little trigger mechanism in your brain, and I don't care what anybody says, everybody has it, that you step on the mat, you know what you're going to do, and right at the last second, this little trigger mechanism goes, no, you're not. And you'll either go 2 metres past or 2 metres short. But you know, as long as you don't disrupt the head and affect it, at the end of the day, it's not a bad thing. I mean, none of us like to be like that. But, hey, we're not Barry Lester's, Jeremy Henry's, Aaron Sheriff's, you know. So we're human. Yeah. We're not superhuman like that.
Unreal.
I mean, and just on that, I mean, the quality and calibre of young players coming through, I remember when I was young, bowls was an old man's game, you know, and we just know you were young and you never even considered it. But now you look at Jack McShane, he's 19 and he's just, you know, the world at his feet. Nathan Black, players like that, you know. It's just sort of, this sport is in such a good position, and we really need to get behind the sport to get it into the Brisbane Olympics.
Well, particularly para-athletes, athletes with disability, or depending on the title they're going to. It's para bowls at the moment, but it may change. But once again, this mat's probably about 2 metres up, and Helen has decided, well, I'm going to stretch you out a bit. She got to the centre line, but obviously adjusting there. And Mary, she's retired. She plays for Doofus Park in, this is my best Scotland, Coupar Fife, and plays outdoors and some carpet bowls in the winter. Good on you, Mary.
I'm not so sure that Helen's sort of gone with the best plan here, because she really was on top of Kate on the shortish ends. So,
and look, I don't know how much practice you do, Stephen, of rolling the jack, but I see far too many players just rolling to set jacks. There is purpose in that in practice, but I'm sure Barry Lester, your coach, should be all over that to say, well, purposeful practice, but there has to be a part of saying, look, I roll up for about an hour. I mean, Barry used to train for 6 hours a day, and probably still does now, but he's a jackaroo, former jackaroo, I'm not. Obviously bowls was his whole existence, and he's married that up now with what he's doing. But what about yourself when you get out there, because you're obviously playing different positions in fours and triples and singles?
Well, I'm very fortunate to have Caitlin in my camp and Barry when Caitlin's working. So, and it's quite interesting because they both got different strategies on coaching and everything. So when I combine them, I mean, with Caitlin, one of my drills is you shorten the mat right up, and between the tee and the ditch, you have to put 5 jacks between the tee and the ditch.
Yeah, right.
And if you don't, if one's short or one goes in the ditch, you stop, you start again.
Yep.
And I think I've got that down to doing that in 35 minutes.
Good on you.
So, and everybody says, oh, that looks so easy, but when you try and do it, it's hard, you know. And look, the different things, I try and be on the green between probably, my ultimate goal is 9 to 12 hours a week. At the moment, just with a few health issues and everything I've got and with everything that's going on, I'm back to probably 4 or 5. My last training session I did a 3-hour thing, because I look at, if you're going to train, I see guys go out there and ladies go out there and they roll up for half an hour and they pack up and go to the bar or go
and on maybe roll up length, which is the mat probably 2 metres from the tee, and the jack on the spot there. What a shot. Now I believe we've got our another Mr. Chalky, And we won't go cop that. We'll just go, yeah, baby, I'm doing pretty good. Dancing frog. But what a bowl. What a correction. And look, lawn bowls is the art of correction, but I'm interested to look at Helen's technique. She starts at the bowl very low down.
She is not far away.
But that's working for her.
That's a great effort. That is a great effort.
It is a great effort. But you know what? Sometimes, great effort, but she just may as well have missed it by a postcode, Stephen. She missed it, but it was a great shot.
Yeah.
Look at this. She's chasing.
Just getting back to when I train, I look at it like most games we play 2.25 hour time limit if it's singles or 18 ends or 21 ends or whatever. So to me, just with my sporting background, you just need to be training game situation, game simulation, because most people only play bowls on the weekend. It depends on what they're doing. Some play social and that.
Yes.
And it's all about getting the body used to being out there for 2 hours and doing things like that. And there's so much you can do, so much you can work on. And the other thing is too, every club has a coach, or nearly every club has a coach. Go and spend time with your coach, because you learn so much about the game of bowls, which helps you improve.
Yes.
And I'm not sure what Kate tried to do then. She went wide. It was quite safe, but she probably was trying to draw another one in there, but she's picked up the one, so that takes it to 6-5, I believe.
We're going now to 6-all.
6-all? Wow.
Pretty standard, the way that the ladies are presenting at the moment. So what was your sporting background beforehand, Stephen? And I apologise if you've told me before, because, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, I am on my fourth bowls. I've got my L plates on, so my operating cameras. Thank you, Billy was here, and I'm just trying to be all over it. So if we have a conversation, it might go in one ear and out the other. I am a high functioning ADHD, and I'm not talking about labels. However, it's one of my secret powers. So if you've mentioned something before, my short-term memory sometimes can be how you're going, and that's my excuse, and I'm going to. And I'm going to stick with it. But tell me your sporting background, because you've obviously got a body that's been tortured, and you've done some things to it. So what have you done?
So basically, from a very early age, I started playing rugby league, and I played a lot of cricket, and sort of I have a background in motor racing.
Oh, wow.
So, by the time you throw out...
As in car racing?
Yep, speedway, dirt track.
Because a happy bowler, Boyd Dunbar, just did the motocross on the weekend.
Okay.
Amazing.
Yeah. So I see Kate has gone back to a short end again, which probably isn't a bad ploy. She's sort of...
Well, it's thrown them all, hasn't it? Look, this is the first end where it's fallen out of a helicopter.
Helen's got really good weight, but she's just a little bit wide. She just needs to tighten it up a little bit. So she's actually changed hands and come back in on the forehand, and I think she's going to run that through a little bit. That's a good home there. Anything behind there around the centre line is a good home for those people at home. So, as Barry taught me, anything behind the jack is still in the game. So, folks at home, if you're a metre or 2 metres behind, you're still that bowl's still in the game. And then Kate's come in and she's shortened it up a little bit. That's a nice bowl.
How's that volume in your headset? You going okay?
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Always just double checking. But we have got a lot of action going on at the moment. We've just had, it looks like we've got the ladies' social for Club Charlestown behind us. So that's actually going to start to kick off as we look at Helen Cruden. She is deaf. She's classified AU2. She has over 55 decibels in her good ear. And all these people have different backgrounds, Mr. Fox. Now tell me, we do probably have some people that were born deaf, and other people like Michael, the president, who only went deaf 2 years ago.
My story is I was born deaf in my right ear. I was very fortunate that my parents picked that up early and they sent me to a speech therapist, hence why my speech is, I often get questioned about me being deaf because I speak so well. I have about 30% left in my left ear, So when you go through that, I'm minus 85 in my best year, which automatically puts me into AU2 classification.
Yep.
And Helen has just dropped another bomb in there. That's a lovely bowl.
So
on her last bowl.
let's give her a bit of a round of applause. The crowd's going wild.
And it's interesting to, like a lot of these guys here, guys and ladies I haven't met before, my first time, and to actually hear their story about where they came through. You know, some people lost their hearing, some people just woke up deaf, you know, some people were born deaf. And we call it the invisible disability because people don't really acknowledge it as a disability.
Yes.
And we it's an issue we have sort of, and we're working through that with Bowls Australia. We'd love nothing more to come under the para blanket of Bowls Australia.
Yes.
It's something that it may or may not happen. Who knows? Time will tell.
And what would you suggest, without becoming political, what's your thought on why that hasn't occurred now, and how does that then become, obviously, because we're looking at Paralympics and the importance there, because then funding comes. Because it's all about Olympic funding and Paralympic funding, and then all of a sudden you could do so much more.
Yeah. Look, I think a lot of it is, like I said, it's the invisible disability. Like people often find that there's nothing wrong with me, even though my disability is hearing. I still have normal body functions. I speak well, you know. Like,
and is that the hardest part, obviously, from what you've experienced? Not discrimination, but the lack of understanding on. It's something you can't physically see unless they look at the hearing aid or whatever's going on.
It's understanding and awareness, you know.
And education, right?
Yeah, I know there is discussion with Bowls Australia in the background. I would love to see us come under the para blanket, simply that would open us up to the high performance training and everything that the para
squad. That's what I'm talking about, and the services and the resources.
Because at the moment, everything we do is self-funded. We have to raise money, we have to pay our own way to play for Australia, you know, like...
well, to start having us here, I can tell you, because we're about promoting, about community. Lovely to meet you, and I'm so glad you're here, because my day's so much easier. I'll have to give you a cut of what I'm getting. As I said, I don't have a Ferrari in the car park, but you know what, meeting Michael and yourself and just the opportunities. So, you know what, it makes you very humble.
Yeah.
I mean, you come from those sort of beginnings. There she is, quite firm and a solid technique on the mat there for Kate Leese. She's obviously been well coached. Never played in WA. Have you been to WA to play? Because apparently the greens are pretty good over there.
Yeah.
Look at this head. Look. It's a treat, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Cruden 7, Leese 6, 21 up. And besides one or two ends, it's been a single, and single.
And I think Kate's holding shot there from the bowl, Jack High.
And it's interesting, Helen keeps the head down. She obviously looks at her green and then she focuses using the SRVs.
Oh, that's probably not what she wanted, sort of. But Kate's got to be very careful here, because she tries to play and roll that up. She goes a bit wide and she hits Helen's bowl. That comes in there. So she's
got these dynamics, which will probably be a line of about 3 feet inside, well, just near the peg, depending on where you take your line. But that's a good sider. Look, she's going to probably want at least another metre on that if she wants to try and promote her bowl. But she's currently, I believe she's currently holding shot.
Yeah. And she's taken Helen on the backhand out of that equation, but Helen's going to persist with the backhand. No,
she's on the forehand.
It looks like she was playing the backhand there.
No, she's looking at the way she's lining up.
She's looking for her bowl, obviously.
And this is a great track for this. One roll, all this needs.
Yep.
And you know what?
Oh, what a shot.
That is a lovely bowl. We're going to give her a round of applause. Come on, applause. And she's going to get, cop that. Go New South Wales, the Central Coast. Now, look, South Australians, are they called the sand gropers from cricket?
Yeah.
Then what's WA? Because I remember
what WA are the sand gropers.
Oh, they're the sand. So they're the sand gropers. I knew one of them were the sand gropers.
I don't think any of them go much by that.
Yeah, you got your cockroaches.
Yeah.
New South Wales cockroaches.
Yeah.
You got the cane toads for Queensland.
Oh,
But
absolutely.
tell me, if anyone's watching from South Australia, what are you? I mean, you're the city of the churches.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you have an animal.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they are. So.
Like we have a club around the corner from us called the Pittwater Pelicans, and when I was playing at Mona Vale, they would call us the bin chickens, purely because they're trying to have a crack at us.
Yeah.
Because there's more bin chickens. But look at our wonderful marker again, Sue Higgins.
But again,
thank you very much.
One shot. We're just going
And
shot for
surprise,
shot here at the moment.
surprise.
So, and you know what? When going shot for shot at the moment, the way these ladies are playing, neither lady look like they're going to break away. You know. So
Well, I got to play bowls again with the over 40s and, a number of caps for Australia and New South Wales, Ray Pearce, and it was nice to see how he was playing. But we were playing on a green at Woonona that was running 18, 19 seconds, depending on with the tailwind, and it was drive or draw. And Robbie Warren and his lead, who are both currently in the New South Wales men's senior side, they didn't give us a lesson. We only lost by a couple of shots, but every time I got reasonably close as a lead in my first two bowls, it was just drawn, and then they smashed it. But none of these ladies have shown that they've got that upshot at the moment. It's purely much a game of chess where they're drawing, and there's only probably been one or two weighted shots where it was only a yard through. So it should be interesting to see what happens with the girls as we just try and bring it out. Once again, we have Helen stretching it out, not to it's probably about a metre short of the tee. And when I bring my other camera around to see where she's on the mat is about 3 metres up from the line. And you can see the spectators in the background, and on the left you can see that there's Ben, the hearing dog, and he's having a little snooze. But not a bad starter there from Helen.
This is a lovely weight.
And
it's just going to pull up. One thing, we had a terrible wind through here yesterday, and it really made conditions difficult. And its conditions are much more
calm.
How would you say, player friendly today than they were yesterday?
Yes.
So,
well, look, viewers, you are watching the Deaf Bowls Australia, the National Championships. We got people from Western Australia, we got people from the Central Coast, and we're watching a belter here. Thank you to Lake Macquarie City and Gauchi Fitness, and of course Club Charlestown. And we've got an 8-6 with a 21 up shot, and we have Kate Leese with her dynamics. Bowl's on its way. Looking to correct on her last. Look, that bowl is on the running surface, and she's tracking well to pick up this shot.
Yeah, I think that will take
Lovely.
That. Yeah. Just one thing, you notice that Helen's playing in an Australian Deaf Bowl shirt.
Yes.
A select group of us wore them at the Australian Open this year just to start to showcase Deaf Bowls Australia.
How many, just quietly side question, how many Australian Open campaigns have you done?
2.
They're good fun, eh?
Oh,
I've been there a couple of times.
Yeah.
But yes, so you wore the shirts?
Yeah, we wore the shirts.
And you weren't in the para category?
Yes. We
you were?
in the Open Disability. So the idea behind that is just to start showcasing Deaf Bowls Australia.
Lovely
These
shot
shirts,
there from Helen. We get the dancing frog out, but let's see what the next part is coming from Kate. She's playing the backhand. She just got to get under. She can get a slide.
A bit of weight.
She's well pointed. A-grade slide.
Oh, I think she might have done enough to get that.
I think she has. So you know
what?
We are going pound for pound. Dancing frog. Cop that. Let's see how we go. But yeah, they wore them at the Australian Open.
Yeah. So these will be close to what the Australian team shirt will be. They will be for purchase after this event.
Yep.
We're setting up a website. We're probably going to have them on there, or we will keep everybody posted. But they're here at Charlestown. We've got some shirts here. You can come down, try them on for size, order it, and get behind Deaf Bowls Australia.
Fair effort here.
Wow.
Oh, so unlucky.
Yeah.
You know what? the weight was perfect. It was just the line.
Yep.
When you're playing at the 3/4 length, I believe that the question to our marker, Sue Higgins from Streaky Bay in South Australia, she has Ben the hearing dog who's having a bit of a snooze, not on duty at the moment, but I'm sure if he hears a sound, as I suggested, or was suggested from Sue, that that Ben then comes into action if there's a smoke alarm or she's got to wake up. Ben then does, taps Sue to say, "Hey, listen, Master, ready to go now." That final bowl there from Helen, she did obviously promote the other bowl of Kate, and it rocked the bowl, but I don't believe it moved it. But I still think it would be one to Kate.
And I think the game plan for both of these players at the moment is cautious without.
It looks like it might be one to orange, because Helen.
They're measuring.
Helen dropped the mat.
Yep. I think.
And on that, Stephen, our markers do our best jobs, right? And a lot of people, when they start to the game, they don't get trained how to do it, right? Everyone thinks it's easy. It's not. No. But she's made a call and said, "I believe this is the shot." Yeah. And on a measure, generally I'll say, "I favour you, but it's a measure."
Yeah.
And obviously in deaf bowls, the communication is like what I do. I can't sometimes hear people, so it's hand gesture, but you have got the option to come up to the head with after your third bowl.
Yeah, just interesting. As a marker, one of the rules is that it's not up to you. Oh, we've had a fall on a sign. It's not up to you to make the decision. You have to remain neutral and allow the players to decide who's got shot and who hasn't. So, good morning, Daniel. Daniel is the bowls coordinator here at Club Charlestown. He's done a fantastic
Daniel Hill,
job for
we'll
us.
have a chat with him a little bit later.
Yeah.
And Johnny Walker from Woonona yesterday, Uru, he came up to me and said, "My name's Johnny Walker," and I said, "Well, where's your drink?" But he's a big fan. Listen, Johnny, I loved my time. We had 36 teams at Woonona in the Illawarra region. We played against Corrimal, who are the current men's New South Wales Putnam champions. There were a number of players from there. We had Warilla, which is the home of where your current bowls coordinator is, Jeremy Henry, and all the other regions in between. But Woonona, they were the Grade 2 pennant champions in their region, and they became, I think, quarterfinalists at the championships that I was at in Nowra. So Woonona, mate, great feed, great time there, and I'll be back. But I didn't get any coin, but I'm happy to spend a bit of money on the bar. I didn't even get best card for one of the the three games. But
it's another lovely bowl. Kate's really found a mojo heading back towards the club now, so she's starting to apply a little bit of pressure, slowly but surely. So
as we can see, it's a 7-8 score line, the way of Cruden. Playing the open hand, which is the forehand, and once again, lovely pace.
Yep. If that bowl falls over, she's got shot, I would think.
Looking
but
from here,
it's not going to.
I believe the signal from Sue was arm down.
One down. So,
but I'm still not sure if it was one down to Kate. So I believe Helen could have shot.
I don't do Auslan. I'm slowly learning it, but I was having some trouble with some of the markers now. Kate has played. What a lovely bowl, and that's just enough to edge her bowl in towards the jack.
The cannon.
Yep.
So this is what it looks like at the moment from where the ladies are watching. So we've got probably a shorter length, and the question has come. And we have a look.
Oh, it's a measure. Wow. That's the problem we got looking at screens. We've got no perception of distance. So.
And what about the sport of lawn bowls? How inclusive is it? And we're getting better.
Yeah. It's something that a lot of clubs are becoming more receptive to, and they have to, you know.
Well, it's like wheelchair accessibility, right?
Yeah.
If I want to play here, how do I get access to the bar or the green? And there are ways to do that. All right, both bowlers. We look at the score there. You can see that from the vision where we are, where the Australia flag is and the deaf bowls sort of little batter. It's 7-8, but on our scoreboard 8-7.
Yeah.
Final bowl, she's holding one. Just got to play positive, but she's got to obviously try not to land. And her line is obviously under that ball.
Has she got the weight? She just needs to get a touch on it. Oh wow. Oh, that may have fell out.
I'm going to give her a round of applause. Crowd's gone wild.
And this game is such a cruel sport when you look at Kate's got 3 bowls there, and when you're standing up there, you think, oh, yeah, I'm holding 3 shots, and you come down here and, oh, I'm 1 down.
So Helen, she's got a fairly good line with her right hand playing on the forehand. A little high for me with the SRVs. Is it going to make it back? Because obviously when we're undercover, the breeze does still come through, and you've mentioned that. That was the case. So I can see that Kate is walking with the mat. The players have chosen to walk with the mat. Have you ever decided to go the other way and put a mat at either end? And
I personally, it doesn't bother me. I always ask my opponent what they prefer to do. Some prefer to carry the mat, some don't. One thing I've noticed these ladies aren't doing, and it's something that my coach Caitlin has instilled in me, because you're standing at the mat and the jack and the head can be 28, 30 metres away. On your third, after you bowled your third bowl, if you're in doubt, go and have a look. You know, it doesn't hurt. You're well within your rights to go and have a look, because it just takes all the guesswork. You go out there and look, sometimes you go out there and you go, great, I'm holding 3, and then you go up there and, oh my God, you know, I'm 2 down, what do I got to do? But what it does, it allows you to look at the head and to work out what shot you want to play and how best to go about that. You know, like you might have in your head, oh, I'm going to play forehand, but you go up there and, oh, I need to play backhand, you know?
Yes.
So, but sort of viewers at home, don't be afraid to do that. And I'm talking bowlers in general, you know, I don't see enough of that happening when I play bowls and when I watch bowls, you know, sort of.
Well, viewers, welcome again to the National Deaf Bowls Championships. Our great sponsors, Leese, Macquarie City, Club Charlestown and Gauchi Fitness, and of course we're under the national organisation, and you're here on Youtubelivesports. It's been our great pleasure to bring you the coverage. You better be live in it. And Youtubelivesports, and what a great morning. The championships, when did they start? Because I know you've been going for a little while.
When did we start this tournament?
Yeah, it was Saturday, wasn't it?
Sunday
Started,
yeah.
When I turned up here on the Friday, and I just missed coming to the workshop for the 2 hours on my way through to Grafton.
That was fantastic.
I got here about 20 minutes late, and the last thing I needed was to turn up to a workshop where most people are hard of hearing or deaf.
Yes.
Who's this bloke turning up? Well, I'm a happy bowler. Well, I'm Matt Harris from the Happy Bowling team, YouTube Live Sports. So I chose to
nice
sort of get on way to Grafton, but a good start from both of them. They're both behind. Bowls are in play. But if you look at the vision here, with the national championships, and lots of people enjoying their morning tea at the moment. This is the view of what we've got. Different technique here by Kate Leese, all the way from WA. And she's from Eton in WA.
Pulled up a little bit short on that one, I think. Sort of.
Bit of an overcorrection, but it's easy done. She has let Helen Cruden from the Central Coast, from Rimba Lisa Rowe RSL Bowls Club. And I tell you, the RSL do a great job with connecting families and war vets and all those sorts of things to get into the game. Great with the connection.
And in saying that, Helen's just gone and done the same thing. So, I don't know whether the nerves are creeping up or the pressure.
Well, it's only 9-7. The nerves aren't there yet, my friend. When they're on the springboard, we know. And Stephen, it becomes a little bit more difficult.
Just one. Not only are we all out here trying to win each discipline that we entered in, but for those of us that have nominated to be selected in the Australian squad.
And where does that go on to with the Australian squad?
The International Deaf Bowls Federation Games here in 2027.
Okay.
We've also got the added pressure that there's 2 selectors walking around that we don't know who they are.
I know one of them. And it's not
So
me.
do I. I bought him 4 beers last night.
You should have bought him 6. Or just had an open bar.
Yeah.
Well, look, we've got the results coming through, but well done. Currently, Helen Cruden is 2 shots up on the scoreboard,
Kate.
and she's holding 2, but Kate is coming in and has just drawn
bowl.
the shot.
I think that's worth a round of applause, that one. But
Well
I can't
done.
reach the button.
You said right. Thank you very much. All right, so we've actually got some scores from around the grounds.
So Andrew Turner is leading Paul Rookus 13-5. That's a big comeback.
And where are they from? Do you know? Which?
Andrew's from New South Wales, from Singleton in New South Wales, and Paul is from Toowoomba in Queensland.
Oh, so we have a New South Welshman beating a Queenslander at the moment. Is that correct? At the moment.
Yeah, we
won't talk much about that.
Game's not over yet.
Because I'm sitting next to a gentleman who's Queenslander, Mr. Stephen Fox.
We won't mention State of Origin again, will we?
No. You guys just too good.
Yeah. So Kate's done well. She's taken another, once again, 1 shot. So we're just going shot for shot here. But we're sort of, I think they're just sparring at the moment. So
no one's really, I mean, Kate came out firing, and then Helen has been controlling the tempo of the game.
It'll be interesting just to see who's the first to start being a bit more aggressive. Or at the moment, I think they're just playing defensive.
Yep.
So they're just not letting either get away from each other. But in some other scores, Brian Lockyer from New South Wales, 17. David Wilcox from New South Wales, 5. Russell Jackson from Queensland is on 7, and Paul Webster from New South Wales is on 16. George Ravlich from WA is leading Gary Hagan from Queensland, 12-7. And Robin Larkin from Victoria is on 5, and Amanda Coe from Victoria is on 7.
So talk to me. In the men's, clearly we can see that they're a tale of 2 at the moment, Brian and Andrew. But look, they've got to get to 21. But if Andrew and Brian play each other in the final, who wins it? Early days.
Yeah. And
any on form? Have you got a thought?
I'm just looking at the scores, and I know most of these guys, and there's a couple of upsets out there. Trust me, there is some upsets. I wasn't expecting to see the scoreline on some of those games that we've got at the moment.
So we've got Robin and Amanda in the other semi-final.
Yep.
Obviously, both trying to win. One from Port Arlington and another person from Deer Park. And no doubt Deer Park had significant bowlers there. They're all part of what goes on.
That's a lovely bowl from Kate. Oh, it's just going to run through. That was a beautiful line.
Both bowlers are using Dynamic as a slightly tighter line than an SRV on this speed green, but very minimal difference. Obviously, clearly, we're not using black bowls as we used to use them.
Yeah, and I think that's been another feature of the game, like sort of the different, and it's made it easier to play, because although in some cases you still end up with both people using white speckle bowls or purple bowls or something like that,
Correct.
That's why everybody has their state stickers on the bowls, on the inside bias and the small bias with the little ring and the big ring on the outside.
And it's very important to have that little ring in the inside when you're bowling.
Yeah, some of us still manage to get that wrong.
And most clubs will have a donation jar if that becomes a problem.
Yes. It's still it just looks to me like they're playing cautiously. It's sort of, there doesn't seem to be any sort of...
Well, they're trying not to peak too early, I think, Stephen.
Yeah. Now, this bowl from Helen's coming in, or she doesn't want to hit Kate. She really... Oh. Wow, that's a great bowl. She's got through. She's also managed to push her other bowl over in front of the jack, so... I don't know, maybe Helen might be holding 3. Maybe this end might be the breakaway that we've been talking about.
Yep.
Coming in. Oh, she's got rid of 1. So at worst, she's 2 down there at the moment. So.
And that's the first time that she's, again, another weighted shot. And good morning to Barbara Dooleyfoot, watching all the way from Wellington, windy Wellington in New Zealand. Great to have you here. And I can tell you, Barbara, a lot of players coming across the Tasman to play in Bowls New South Wales Platinum Pennant. Although I'm not involved in was for the couple of games there, but yeah, a lot of people coming from across the ditch. But Kate Leese has never been too far from Helen. We did have a 4-0 scoreline early on, and then Helen dragged it back.
The furthest they've been apart. So,
yeah, so
I think
it looks like there could be.
Take it to 10-9, will it?
And once again, we got another measure.
Oh. We can't really tell on the cameras on distance, but
no, depth perception is a little bit different.
Yep. And as I always say, if in doubt, measure.
Correct.
Two.
And it was
2 to Helen.
2.
Wow.
Okay.
So she jumps out to a 2-shot lead now, I believe.
Well, if that's 2 to Helen, yeah, that would be.
Yep.
We've got that around the wrong way because I've had a look at the score. It should be only...
Sue will update, and once the jack's rolled and she set the jack, she will go and update the scoreboard, gets her job done, and then she just stands back and watches like all good markers do.
We'll soon find out. I'm assuming it could be 10-9 to Helen. Here we go.
I'm thinking
the
11-9,
digital scoreboard.
Huh? 10,
and we are correct weight.
10
Helen
all.
Cruden, 10 from
10
New
all.
South Wales,
Well,
or 10 all.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yep.
We are right on the scoreboard, 21 up. Let's change my...
I'm just looking across the green at some of the heads, and there's some crackerjack bowls going on over next door. So, okay, so Brian Lockyer has defeated David Wilcox in the men's 21-5. So he goes through to the next round. David does. So, sorry, Brian. So.
And Barbara shares the same office space as Blake Signal of Bowls Wellington. Good on you, Barbara. Terrific. How long have you been playing for, Barbara, and are you enjoying the coverage? This is my first ever experience with the National Deaf Bowls Championship, and we've already been chatting to your president, Michael, who's doing a great job, and it's all about trying to promote your terrific sport and your version of it, and with clearly probably having the World Deaf Bowls Championships here. I'm not too sure of the venue, but I'm sure that Daniel Hill would love to have that sort of to his belt of what happens here at the club.
We've got a bit of a watch this space in New Zealand. There could be some exciting news not too far off about
terrific
things that are happening with the game of bowls. So we've just this game is an absolute cracker. Helen's put another bowl in there. Kate's dropped a bowl in. I think that last bowl of Helen's is
it's a measure.
Jack high. Oh, it's a measure. So
yeah. We're spoiled for choice because this is just the semi-final.
It is. It is.
I mean, they're still going to need a lie down, the old Becks and a lie down.
Yep.
And Kate has got her bowl on its way on the backhand, looking to get under Helen's bowl. Track was there. She probably needed to be slightly narrower on that line. But see, both hands from Helen are almost, because they're both bowling with narrower line bowls, Helen has blocked both hands. So to get in, she either has to backdoor it or go slightly high. But I could see Kate maybe trying to play onto that bowl, but I'm not sure. But here we go. Helen on the forehand. She's had very good weight and good line.
Yep, that's a lovely bowl.
That is a lovely bowl.
And that's probably just given her 3 shots.
When we've got Mr. Chalky, is this when she's trying to go, 10 all, I need to get rid of this scoreboard pressure?
And just for mine, if I was on the mat now and I was Kate, I'd be looking at
This is a big
what
bowl.
she's doing.
She needs a friendly
playing with
rub.
weight, she needs a rub. Oh, not
She
quite.
got the rub.
Yeah, yeah.
But that's the first bowl
Yeah.
that's ended up in the pit.
Yeah, that was the shot to play.
Absolutely.
Just a bit of weight on that. Hit that orange bowl, skew the jack over to where her bowls was, and pick up,
And look,
one.
that's her
maybe
first
two.
weighted bowl of that nature. So it's a good cider. Had she had another one in the arsenal, I reckon she wouldn't have messed with the player of this quality.
Yep.
And it looks like it's 2 shots
Yep.
to New South Wales. Helen Cruden.
It's been a long time since we've had a 2-shot variation. So,
You don't need a nature break or anything, Stephen. You're going
No,
okay. You're a big
no.
boy anyway, so
I-
you can let me know what's going on. I'm not your mum.
I always, I've always loved sport. I'm very sport orientated,
I love watching sport, but I love playing it too.
And there's nothing better than watching a game of bowls. It doesn't matter what level, like we're watching now, because it's just good bowls,
Well, they're in an arm wrestle.
And it just goes to show that you don't have to be an Australian jackaroo or anything to have a crackerjack game of bowls,
But anyone's beatable. It's on the day.
Yeah.
And this is a great start. If you wants to put the pressure on, that's an effective bowl. It is only probably 40 centimetres. It's at the rim, but it's on the running surface.
Yep.
And guess what? Kate's had to change hands
Yeah.
because she's going to promote it. So
Yeah.
that's one of the tactics you use in singles. If you're getting outdrawn, try and dominate one side of the rink if you can.
It's quite funny the way these greens are running, because I use dynamics myself, and I was finding that there was a lot of variation in the line that you took. Some were letting go, some were holding. It was just sort of. But in general, these greens are running reasonably nice. It's probably one of the slowest carpets I've ever seen. Not very often you get a carpet running 14.
You're correct.
Yeah.
Now, viewers, we have got a fourth camera. My apologies, Stephen, interrupting. And at the moment, our person doing the interpretation isn't here yet, and I'm sure they won't be far away. I've just got Boyd asking me to remove it, but no, I'll just keep it on there for the moment because it's not taking up too much of our screen.
No. And ladies and gentlemen, this is a world first. Never before has there been a broadcast of lawn bowls with an interpreter.
Which is great. Because if you are watching, we've got captions, so we'd love to see. Now I've just got to work out how I increase that text box, because at the moment I've tried to put my emojis in, and you know what? Let's just do this just to see the comment as they come through. So Barbara, I played golf, then went to lawn bowls and played till arthritis got the better of me. But I love watching lawn bowls, particularly matches online or through Sky. Good on you, Barbara. And thanks for joining us. Really appreciate your patronage. And currently we've had over 300 views, and we've got about just under 40 watching at the moment. But look,
that's fantastic.
it's a Tuesday,
that is
right?
awesome.
Is it a Tuesday?
Yeah.
All right, state of play.
So Kate has decided to come up and have a look at the head. She's in doubt. She just wants to make sure where everything's at.
And I tell you, my keyboard's so case sensitive. We had 102 verse 10, and no one corrected me on that, thank goodness. But I picked it up myself. But I don't know how I bumped that number.
Yeah.
But she's wearing her state gear with pride. You can see.
As we all are, everybody here. Some not so much today because the one's obviously not playing. Some still supporting their states and everything. And it's just fabulous for us to be able to get and compete at a state level, and then hopefully go on and play international level. I know when I was growing up, all I wanted to do was play for Queensland. And you know what? Here I am. I'm 61 and I'm playing bowls for Queensland. How good is that? My life's complete.
It's terrific.
You know,
it is terrific, and it's great to have your insight here. Even though you're from the Kawana Thunder, home of Jeremy Henry and Barry Lasser, and you're a Queenslander. Being a New South Welshman, I own in Queensland now, and I will be living there from July next year. Hence the reason I believe that either Bowls Queensland or the people running Premier competition is maybe moving that to July, but I'm not sure of what's happening there. You might be able to tell us more.
We have the BPL, and Bowls Queensland have actually, starting next year, they brought in a tournament similar to the Platinum Pennants, but the problem, I just watched Kate's
and it's just
last
Bowls
bowl.
Queensland, right? Because your Premier Pennants not run by Queensland.
No, the Premier League, the BPL, the Queensland Premier, the QPL is an independently run competition, but we have such a vast dynamic in logistics because from Cairns to Brisbane, you know, like to adapt the Premier League like that, and so we got one more to Helen, so she started to get a little bit of a break now. I know that's one more. It was one to Kate. She's holding up.
So
I'm looking at the orange paddle, but the orange is not the orange bowl.
We
That's
have
confusing.
a new leader at the moment. She led 4-0 early on. She's now taken the lead after trailing Helen by one. But look, I love the space. Look, the world game has to become a world game if we want inclusion. A lot of athletes total want to represent at Olympic Games or Paralympic Games. World Championships and all those sorts of things are terrific. But a lot of people talk about... And look, we're very lucky that bowls didn't get dropped out of the Com Games because they've only got a reduction in that. And as we know, Com Games only happens once every 4 years. We're World Championships. The Nationals are obviously every year?
No, every 4.
Wow. So you don't get many opportunities.
No.
And look, obviously, you love to represent, and everyone wants to try and represent as best we can. But good on you, mate.
And I'm sure everybody here is the same, you know, fortunately, Queensland is very well advanced in our setup of Deaf Bowls Queensland. Western Australia is not far behind us, but unfortunately New South Wales and Victoria are there's a fair gap, but they're working on it, and credit to them. They've got the direction. We are very, very lucky in the fact that that's a great bowl from Kate, that Bowls Queensland include us in the State Disability Championships in our own discipline. So they've broken down the inclusion part, so that's good. And so what we at Bowls Australia is doing is trying to work with the other states to get them to include that, you know. And from this, I guess, there's an angle. Helen's played with a bit of weight across the face there, and she's probably dropped that back to just down one shot. Coming into that Bowls Australia para blanket, but look, it may happen, it may not, and all we can do is just sit back and wait and see, you know. It's something we're certainly working very hard for. Sure.
And it's great to have that dream alive and work towards it.
That is a lovely bowl. She's got she really found a mojo heading back this way, has Kate?
Look, it's all about swing speed, a bit like you're putting in golf, muscle memory, and the dancing frogs come out but look, she's got 2 bowls that are jack high, so I would not be surprised to see Helen at least giving it a chance, reaching. She's in a good area with the SRV, size 3.
I think she's a bit shy on weight.
Just hasn't sent it.
Yeah.
Well, she's got a 4th one.
What she's done there is she's blocked the line for Kate to come in on the backhand, I think. No, Kate looks like she's going to persist with that backhand. She's feeling confident on the line that she can take with that. No, in saying that, she's changed her mind. She's gone to forehand. Oh, how do I feel? What do I know?
Well, the commentator's curse, right? It's the way it happens.
Yeah, I've heard of that. I've heard of that a lot. Now I've just experienced it firsthand. So, but look, that's probably not a bad bowl where that is, because it made it very difficult for Helen to try and get in there. She's obviously looking to play backhand, but I think she needs to play with
find
weight.
that gap.
And I'm not so sure with that angle with her SRV, she's going to be able to get in there with any sort of weight that can do
Well, I
any
believe the
damage.
line she's taken is very good.
Yeah, no.
It is close.
In-
It has to arrive.
Wow.
All I can say, Queenslander, well...
I've just been handed a piece of paper with Queenslander written on the back of it. Believe it or not, that's my other half.
Look, you can't really see it, but there's the piece of paper.
Queenslander.
Queenslander. She needs to get a thicker pen if we're going to bring that in, okay?
Yeah.
But look, we had a toucher. We've got the dancing frog, because that was an absolute cracker. I think we're going to miss the replay on it. Yeah, but next time I'll push the button to make sure we get it going.
Yeah,
but
and look, this has been this game. You know, one's been holding two, and the other one draws in and takes it, it's just an incredible game to watch. But you would expect that from two national level players.
I'm not surprised that we're looking at a measure.
Wow.
Is that another thing? No, it's two.
Two. Yep. Wow.
Okay, so the arm wrestle continues. And Stephen, look, I don't think any player has gone more than two ends back to back. And that's where they're trying to get that momentum. It is a good old
she skipped out to a 3-point lead now, so we haven't seen that sort of lead since the first couple of ends when Helen actually led 4-zip. So it'll be interesting now to see, does that boost her confidence and she's pick her up and play a little bit more aggressive, or does...
You'd absolutely think so.
Yeah. And the thing is now, Kate's got to just deep breathe, keep her resolve, be calm. It's only 3, I can pull that back. I mean, and it's amazing the number of players, they get 4, 5, 6 down and they think, I can't get back, I can't do this, I can't do that.
Well, it's having that self-talk, isn't it?
Yeah. And this is where people are out there that are watching. If you've got a club coach, I can't...
Nope. We've got green buttons back. We should be okay. We're just getting it to come back up. Thank you to our viewers. Sometimes if the internet drops out and you don't let me know that we've lost the stream... Great. All right, I've just got some technical support at the moment. I'll just go onto the YouTube to make sure we still are going. I'm just trying to make sure we work out that we are still live. And we are indeed, thank goodness.
So Kate's coming back, she's just put a nut. That's in for second shot, so that's... Helen pulled up short on her first one. She's changed hands, come in on the backhand.
And that's been the case a fair bit with Helen's first bowl. I mean, she's been closer than that. She hasn't been that short.
She's pulled short, so yeah. And sometimes when you play like it did last end, where she takes the shot off Kate and then Kate takes it back, sometimes that can just dent your confidence a little bit. And you sort of... There's so much in the mental game of lawn bowls. Just see Kate just throw her hands out there. She knew she put that one out way too wide. So the weight was beautiful, but she just went a little bit too wide with that. So both of these bowls, on this green, you're probably looking about a metre of grass. For those that don't understand that technology, that is width. We as bowlers call it grass. So, but
lovely bowl coming in here.
That is a lovely bowl. That takes shot back. That's...
Well, you know what?
that's
If I've got a different terminology at the National Deaf Bowls Championships, I'm going with cop that. It's more of a polite way of saying get that into you.
Yeah, that just throws the pressure back on Kate now. So what can Kate do? She's
she's given it with a bit of purpose, hasn't she?
Yeah, she's got some weight.
And that dynamic is starting to rip back. Sit the bowl for 3.
Oh, I tell you what.
In. Could still be down 1.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's hard to see looking at the screen, but I'm looking over there, and yeah, we'll leave that. They'll make that call. Interesting, we haven't seen the umpire out here yet, so that's been a good thing.
Absolutely.
So, yeah. So Helen's thrown this well wide again. She wasn't happy with that either. So, but safety, she obviously thought that she didn't want to disturb the head.
So, there, depth perception is difficult. How good is National Deaf Bowls, the championship, viewers? I hope you're enjoying yourself. Apologies once again that the stream did drop out, but it was just the Wi-Fi, and it is a single.
Yeah, so Helen did take that shot with that bowl. So,
yeah, she did. So, she's tried to maintain that lead here in the National Championships. Thank you to Gauchi Fitness, Lake Macquarie City and Club Charlestown. And obviously I've got a wonderful commentator here, Stephen Fox. He's wearing the Queensland colours. He's from Kawana. But where did you play bowls before that? Anyway?
I'm originally from Mackay, so I played in Mackay, my home club up there. I have 2 home clubs up there. I played at Mackay City. Mackay Bowls
Was that the
Club.
home of Cadell Evans, just quietly?
No, not
Mackay?
that I know of, no. But knowing
I'm sure he's another Queenslander.
knowing the local paper up there, if he flew over it, they lay claim to everybody. So,
even the Kiwis.
yeah, and Club Northern Beaches was my main club up there. So,
Oh, good.
yeah.
So what got you into the sport?
Mate said to me, we come and play bowls on a Wednesday night. We were just playing a warehouse competition, but my uncle played a lot, but back in the day when sort of bowls was an old man sport, and you won't see us playing that, but times have changed too, and I think the problem back then was bowls was its own worst enemy, because the older bowls community didn't want the younger community in it, you know.
Well, it did take and look, that transition is still happening.
Yeah.
I mean, we were talking about 2000s. That's when colour bowls came in and everything else.
So, and look, I think coloured bowls is great for the sport. You know, it's changing with the times. It looks spectacular now. Helen, if she's got the weight, she's got it's going to pull up short, well short.
We've
She's
just
about
had an update
short
there from Michael, our president. We've got the scoreboard now in tune. I don't know where we missed one men, perhaps, and that's where the process, when we actually lost the Wi-Fi, the process needs to go back. I mean, that's what happens when you're struggling on the green. It's like this. Go back to process.
Yep.
It becomes automatic.
Yep.
And we have got Mr. Chalky.
Look at that. What a lovely bowl.
And all of a sudden, that front bowl of Helen is definitely out of play.
Yep.
But she had the second one, was behind. But
I think she's 2 down there, actually.
Yeah.
So.
Mindset for me as a number 2 in fours, I have played mainly front end, is I try and get my front one through the jack. So if I miss my line, I'm at least just that yard through or the 3 foot behind, and then I've got a reference point, because I find personally it's easier to correct from when you're a bit heavier in your weight than it is in short. And look, she's done well to get the grouping going well there from Helen. Look, she can't defend at the moment. She's only needing 3 shots. She's on the springboard, but I tell you, Kate's not going to go away.
Yeah. Just for the viewers at home that play, if you're worried about, if you're playing triples or fours and you're worried about that bowl going 1 metre through or 2 metres through or whatever, don't look at the negative, look at the positive. At the end of each end in a game, look at how many times that bowl came into play.
Yes.
Because it's surprising when you start looking at that and you look at things, you turn a negative into a positive, and you start to think, hey, it's not such a bad idea.
Big bowl here.
Yep.
Could be 2 down. Not a measure for 3.
I'm not sure that's going to get here. It's turning.
So
Wow. This
From Eton, WA, this is the time for Kate to not miss the free kick.
2 and a measure, Marcus saying.
And that was great hand signal using
Yep,
the whole
yep,
body.
Yep.
And the ball is on its way. In a great area. It's just all down to her weight.
Come on, Kate. Bring it in. Bring it in. It's going to hang out there. She just went a little bit wide. Probably being a little bit too cautious there.
Look, she yes, but when you're behind,
yep,
you need to give it every chance.
You need to not aggressive but firm. You know, you sort of. But don't get me wrong. She'll take everything she'll get at the moment. Yeah. So they're measuring for the third. So it was only two, so that brings it back to, she's back within 4, it's 18-14, so it's not over yet.
That's the key. We've got an error on our YouTube channel, but we are working, and Paul Warner is suggesting... this is on the... we've swept our channel. We're watching croquet. We'll get back to our lawn bowls. I didn't think I'd seen that. No, that's... Look, Boyd Dumbrell is streaming croquet today. And we've got a couple of people watching, but only from around the corner. I think it's being played at Warners Bay. Or where is the croquet area? Not from here, obviously, but I believe it's in the same district. But here we go.
You're talking to a Queenslander.
I know, mate. But you've been here for a couple of days.
Yeah, from the apartment to here and back again. From 8 o'clock in the morning till 8 o'clock at night.
Well, look, we're having fun here. We've got Stephen Fox and Matty Harris here in commentary. I'm part of the YouTube Live Sports team and Mr. Fox's team for Queenslander. Great start here from Kate when you picked up a couple of ends.
It's...
Now, how many shots did she pick up then? Because was that a 2?
She picked up 2, yeah.
So,
18-14.
Once again, 18-14.
And we know Kate came back from 4 down earlier, so...
Yeah. Bowl's on its way. Great track.
Yeah, it's been long days for us because as people realise, these things don't work without workers, and all of our workers are volunteers, and unfortunately most of our volunteers or our executive and our committee and the people that run the show are all players, so we're juggling playing games of bowls and trying to sort everything out, and it's sort of today's a bit of a day of rest for some of us, which we need. And then tomorrow we're back into it. We still have the pairs and the triples to play. So,
well, you've done very well, and we're very appreciative of the Deaf Bowls Australia and here at the National Championships at Club Charlestown. Thank you to your support, and of course Gauchi Fitness and Lake Macquarie City. Now,
and Deaf Sports Australia.
Yeah, Deaf Sports
they've been
Australia.
so helpful with us.
Absolutely. And I did have the Deaf Sports Australia. I'm going to have to get that up on my my screen for the coverage. We did have them there. There they are. They're underneath our logo, underneath the scoreboard there. Now, Kate has 1 bowl to go. Helen is holding 2.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised.
If
Kate's
Kate
really been on the ball.
doesn't close this off, Helen is drawing for game. So here it looks like what pressure looks like. Not a smooth delivery, probably tightening up. It is travelling. It needs a clear run.
Oh, but I think she's taken 1 out.
Oh,
she's definitely taken 1 out.
Let's have a see what our...
Well, this is an important bowl too. I mean, there was pressure on Kate to try and save that, but now there's pressure
all good
on
markers.
Helen.
Sue is looking around, and she's starting the signal for 1.
1, yeah. Wow.
However, guess what? she's going to be coming on the forehand because she doesn't want to pump that bowl up of Kate. She just needs to stay high, as she will. There is a slight breeze coming towards us from left to right on the screen. Her weight control has been fabulous, and she may have drawn third shot, but it is only... Look, this could be game.
No, I think she's only got 2 there. She had 1, so I think we'll play another end.
I just don't know about that bowl on the right. If that beats... It is game.
That's it, game. It's game. Wow.
Well, what a terrific result. Let's give both players a tremendous round of applause. We're not going to finish our coverage yet because we're obviously going to try and report to you what has been happening in the other rinks. But we are going to play... we've got another result. Congratulations to Helen Cruden getting the game done from Rimba Leese Row RSL Bowls Club on the Central Coast, getting it done over Katie Leese from Eton in WA, 21-14. But Stephen, what else have we got?
George Ravlich has beaten, from Western Australia, has beaten Gary Hagan from Queensland, 21-10. So we're not having a real good run here today.
You got to be in it to win it, but have a look what's going on in the other rink. We've got a gentleman who's a fairly experienced fella.
George just won that game. Yep. So
84 years young, George.
Andrew Turner got up and Paul Webster got up. So, yeah. So that'll be the 4 players for the next round of the men's will be Andrew Turner, Brian Lockyer, Paul Webster and George Ravlich. Andrew Turner, by the way, is a former Australian Open Disability Singles winner. So, yeah. But,
so, look, on our adjacent rink, I'm looking at a score line of 13 all. What I can do is I'm going to just make sure I can get my cameras just to have a little swing over to that rink.
Yep.
And we can then focus attention on that, viewers. So it's great to have you here. I'm now just going to just zoom in our cameras so we can actually see what is happening, and I'll do our best. But where to next, Stephen, from after this, just so I can get these cameras sorted? If you can let the viewers know, is it just normal club events for you? You mentioned that the national championships are on once every 4 years. What's going on there?
This is pretty much my year done. Unfortunately, I've sacrificed penance at home to come down here.
Yeah.
I go back and the hard work starts for the Australian Deaf Games on the Sunshine Coast next year. So, plus I will also play again in the Australian Open, plus the normal Open tournaments, possibly the Queensland State Championships. We have our pennants, our club championships, you know. So it's busy times, but it's good times, and I just enjoy putting in the hard yards and playing, you know, and sort of all of the work that I've done with Caitlin and Barry has allowed me to be here this week. And
yes.
So I'll go home and I'll build on this, and this has been a wonderful experience for me. So, I mean, at the end of the day, we're all hoping that we can be named in the Australian squad. If that happens, that happens. If it doesn't, then that's no big deal. It's just a wonderful experience, you know. So... It doesn't stop for me. Just go back and hit the greens and training, you know.
Brilliant. Sounds brilliant. But I can tell you a big thank you to Sue Higgins from Streaky Bay, our marker.
Yep.
A terrific job. But now we've got if you just let us know about our players, we've been able to actually have, and I'm just trying to get rid of my little flyer there because that's coming from our Grafton broadcast, YouTube Live Sports. And well done to our marker, and we might have to have a little chat to Ben, your friend, the hearing dog. But yeah, the only player from Streaky Bay.
Yeah, so
but it looks like an all-Victorian affair at the moment.
Yeah, it is. 2 Victorian players, 2 markers. Victoria came with a very, very strong women's squad. They were massed by numbers. unfortunately, we were only able to get one of our ladies to come down. We had a couple selected, but for various reasons they couldn't attend. So,
Yes.
yeah.
So I'm going to change our scoreboard to get our players up there. So is it Robin Larkin?
Robin Larkin.
She's from Port Arlington. And is it Amanda Care?
Yep.
C-A-R-E. And we're going to continue with our coverage. I'm going to hold my bladder in just a little bit longer. I'm not going to break the seal just yet, because if I do, you're going to be having to control the cameras and do all of that as well.
Nothing like pressure.
No pressure. And I'm actually going to add a little touch of Victoria to what's going on, because we had no Queenslanders involved. But as you can see on the live feed, it probably takes our players out. No, look, I'll scrap that because it means that our players, we can't see them. But let's keep it all going.
Robin has also played for Australia, I believe.
As well.
I believe. So she's been a long-term member of Deaf Bowls Australia.
Yes.
Look, the deaf dog's up. He's up. He's going and having a sniff of everything.
Yeah.
Mum's back, so he's awake.
Yeah. All right. So.
Yeah. Okay. So Amanda's just pulled up a little bit short there. This is even harder to tell on who's got shot and who hasn't.
Well, we have, but we've obviously not too sure what the bowls are using. But someone's wearing darker bowls, and the other one's got the lighter colour bowls.
I would say by the look of the white and the blue bowls, they would be Hensel.
So our taller player, what is that? Amanda or Robin?
Robin. Amanda is on the mat.
Amanda's about
coming
to get on the
mat now. Yep.
So Amanda more so our pocket rocket, and it looks like the colour coordination there are XGs, and she's got the duos.
Yep.
You can see her technique, staying down. Bowl coming into shot now, and I think she's holding one a little high.
Yeah.
But at the moment, it's a 13-all score line. I believe they haven't changed from where they were before.
Yeah. Interesting thing about Amanda, when this week is over, she drops the bowls and starts preparing for a powerlifting tournament. So
which tournament?
Powerlifting. So she does powerlifting.
Oh, wow.
So
a woman of many talents.
Oh, there's so many different stories with all these people that are here. It's such a wonderful thing, and
all overachievers.
Yeah, yeah. It's everybody's just so receptive of everybody else, you know. And I've already made some great friends from every state, and I've only been here for 4 days. It's brilliant.
What a cracking shot! She had a go.
Yep.
And just missed the line.
Yep.
And at 13-all, look, there may be an additional shot we've missed only because we weren't sure of what the score was from that last end.
Yeah.
But the bowler's on its way.
The wind's starting to pick up. That could come into play this afternoon. And Robin is just, I think that might just pull up short.
Well,
the way everybody's clapping, she might have too.
I don't think our marker is holding any of the paddles.
Yeah. And the marker does what every good marker should do. Walks in, has a look, walks away and waits for the players to decide who's got what.
Yeah, you might be surprised. I like to have a chat. They used to call me Have a Chat Harris, with the surname of Harris. But I've been broadcasting only the last couple of months, but I've been commentating anything from surfing through to triathlon, ocean swimming, generally multi-sport, marathon events, mountain biking and things for 30 years. But I had an opportunity to 2 shots.
One, I think.
To play bowls against Boyd Dumbarrell, the happy bowler in the Australian Open 3 or 4 years ago. And how's this? We were the next best losers. I was against Happy playing at, the name has gone me at the moment. It wasn't Club Mariba, it was another one. But we drew, so we both knocked each other out. We needed to win. And we both knocked each other out, so it was a bit of a Barry Crocker.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure if our marker, Anne, is going to hopefully update the scoreboard, because then once she does that, but like all good markers, you spot the jack and then go back to the scoreboard. We have Robin Larkin taking on Amanda Kerr. Robin is from Port Arlington in Victoria, and Amanda Kerr is from Deer Park, the home of some very significant non-para-bowlers, able-bodied bowlers, if you go down that path.
There's a bit of depth going in that club, isn't there?
Well, when you look at the pennant season of the Victorians, they play for like 18 weeks or something. Okay, so this is interesting.
So we still can't really tell who's on what side of the scoreboard.
I think Amanda might be up 17-15, but I'm not sure, because that's just recently updated. So you know what? I can mute your headset. You can take that off if you want to go for a run. Are you good? There's no point calling out to them. No. Sue's partner's coming. That's all right. Yep. So Amanda's on the left.
Yep. Amanda is away.
So Amanda's on 15, is she? On the right as we're facing it. Okay.
Okay, so Amanda is up 17-15.
There we go.
Sorry about that, folks. We just...
Oh, mate, listen, we're a professional show here. You know, look, my computer, and I won't show you it, is in an esky. And that's called the Skybox, and it's a brainchild of Boyd Dumbrell, who is from Youtubelivesports. We've got about 8 or 9 of us now broadcasting, and I can see from the vision, which is delayed by 15 seconds in case you swear, knowing you're Queenslanders, you know, you sort of like to fire each other up and slap each other around, and I'm not going to say much more about that, because I'm a big fan of Billy Moore. I'm a North Sydney Bears supporter. And he was the one that walked out of the tunnel at Lang Park, Queenslander. And what a great call. The Caxton Hotel, you hear that ringing through the whole of the pub. Great part of the world. And we're looking at Amanda. She is on the springboard. If she gets 4, she gets through it. But guess what? Look at the vision. She's down 1 with her third bowl. Coming in, and she has drawn the shot.
That, you know what?
Let's go, Victoria.
On the mat now.
Cop that.
I can, without a doubt, say one thing: a Victorian player is going to win this game.
That's such a 4X comment, and we aren't even sponsored by 4X.
I'm just going to throw this out there. If anybody out there is listening in the Newcastle Hunter District, our International Deaf Bowl World Games are here in 2027 at the same time of the year, and because we are self-funded, if anybody thinks that they might be in businesses or know of anybody who might be interested,
well, you get on the broadcast. We've got Gauchi Fitness, we've got Lake Macquarie City, Club Charlestown.
Yep.
We're live streaming lots of bowls now.
We would love to have some more sponsors come on board to help us out. And yeah.
So I'm having a seniors moment because I am 55. This is Amanda, right? The pocket rocket?
Yes.
Okay, so Robin is our powerlifter, is that right?
No, Amanda's a powerlifter.
Oh my goodness. Well,
yep. You are having a seniors
I am,
moment.
but that's okay.
That's
okay. I need a coffee, but we'll get one soon. So Amanda,
just one.
Amanda has just left it a little bit short, and I'm not talking about her stature. Not very fair. But we've got a wonderful marker.
And Corcoran.
Is it Corcoran?
Oh, I'm not even. Oh, the Yakandanda Community Bowls Club. I looked at
Yakandanda.
Yakandanda.
In Victoria.
Oh.
So the players are sort of going to work out, and it is 1 to Robin.
So it comes back to 17, 16.
No, it was one. Was it Wonder Robin? Because I believe the darker bowl.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Wonder Robin. Yep.
Because Amanda is using the XGs. I might let you commentate this next week. I'm just going to go over and see what bowl is being used by Robin. Because a lot of people like to see what bowl they're using to think, oh, well, obviously they do very well. I want to use those bowls. Yeah. And there you can see, obviously, the sponsors around Club Charlestown. They're obviously not involved with us, but they're supporting a club that's supporting us. And the club can't survive just on poker machine revenue, although if you go to Broadbeach, I was speaking to Steve Glidden, one of their directors. They have 4 full-time greenkeepers, so their lawn bowls doesn't make them any money.
And you know who one of their full-time greenkeepers is?
Oh, the goat.
The goat.
The greatest of all time.
Omar.
He was at Grafton just on the weekend where I was. Yeah. I had 2 16-hour days, and that's not even including driving to and from home at New South Wales. Not complaining. I am very blessed with what I do. It's by choice. No one is forcing me to do this. When Boyd said to me 4 months ago, Matty, you got a spare 10 grand? I said, no. He said, well, how would you like to stream community sports? And I said, you know what? Do I get to hang out with people like the Fox? Well, there's only one Fox, and that's the fellow that plays for the Parramatta Eels. Oh, yeah. But we'll talk about Stephen Fox, and he's doing it for Queensland. So, anyway, I've got the camera set. I'm going to turn myself down.
Yep.
I'll go and find out what bowls they're using.
So Amanda's just run through that with a little bit of extra weight there. Still, it's behind the jack. It's in a handy position, as my coach Barry Lester would say. It's in the game. But at the moment, Robin just draws in a little bit short. She's holding a couple. Let's see what Amanda can do here. She's got a lovely delivery. She gets it away. How's the weight? This is coming in nicely. Oh, still just a little bit heavy. I think she's taken one out. Let's see what Robin can do. Two very different deliveries. Amanda gets down very low. Robin doesn't get down so much. And she's
red
short
lines.
And wide.
Excuse me, red lines. And then when I said to Robin, why do you want to know? And I said, we're streaming. What? No, I'm not ready for that. I said, you look great. You're bowling well.
We said to the ladies this morning, make sure you've got your makeup on, girls.
No, they look good.
Yeah.
They're doing well.
Yep.
Well, this is what it looks like. Bowl's on its way. She's praying almost, because I can tell you it will be a New South Wales versus Victoria final.
Yes.
Bowl come into play.
Ooh.
Now, viewers, I do have my cameras on the other rink, so we're not getting the bird's eye view from directly behind. But and that breeze is coming through too as well. You can feel that.
That will come into play.
And now it's picking up on the microphone. So we are currently looking at the ladies singles semi-final from Charlestown and the Deaf Bowls Nationals for 2025. A number of people here watching. We've got the women's social bowls being played in this beautiful facility here in Charlestown. 2 undercover greens. What I would give to have an undercover. Yes, it's carpet or synthetic. What about yourself? Are you doing all right where you are in Kawana? What have you got? What have you got there?
We're actually about to. We've just done some. We've put a brand new kitchen in, extended that. We're doing the coffee shop and amenities, and penance finishes in a couple of weeks, and then after that we are going similar to what we've got here. We are taking one green out to carpet with the beautiful covers, and once that's done,
it
then
means
we will go and
regardless of environment you can play. But look, the bowls do get affected by the wind, and you can see with this head, the ladies are a little bit sparse with their closeness, but it's not an indication of the quality of bowls. This is pressure. Amanda Kerr is probably just drawn another one, but it is a fair distance between
Yeah.
working out who's got shot.
I get asked a lot, what do you prefer to play on, grass or carpet? And it doesn't bother me because if you just sit at home at your local club and you play there and you're quite content to do that, and a lot of people are, but when you start doing tournaments, Australian Open, coming away for this, pennants and everything, you play on a variation of surfaces and you just need to learn to adapt and adjust to each different surface. Mooloolaba, where we're going next year, that at the moment, that green runs at 20 seconds every day of the week at its slowest,
Yes.
So, yeah, and it's just sort of being able to adapt and adjust, and that's another thing that you need to work with a coach on, and sort of, the old saying, practice doesn't make perfect. Perfect practice makes perfect.
Correct.
So,
Well, we just had a one shot there to Amanda from Deer Park, so we should have an 18-15.
Wow.
3 shots required, 21 up. But yeah, I mean, and as you mentioned, you try and practice a fair bit. What was that, 10 to 12 hours?
Yeah, my ideal scenario for a week is to be on the green 10 to 12 hours plus play. Now, whether that's playing in a social comp or training, and it's all about rolling bowls. I remember when I was playing football, I used to spend half an hour, 3/4 an hour, just practice my goal kicking. And I once said to the great Greg Ritchie at a cricket game, what's your secret? How do you keep form? He said, hitting cricket balls. And it's like bowls. You've got to roll bowls. If you roll a bowl half an hour once a week, that's not practice. That's just, you're not really gaining anything out of that. But you need to be rolling bowls.
No, absolutely. Now, look, if we do go to our other camera, which we haven't, I'm not too sure what happened to Minnie today, but we will update you on what's happening. But look at this great facility.
Yeah.
These are our lady bowlers in social with Club Charlestown. And come on down. A great feed, great company. And we are looking now at the semi-finals of the National Deaf Bowls Championships. Good start with the XGs, Amanda. Very good. And more of a wider turning bowl compared to our SRVs and dynamics from our previous semi-final. But Robin is also using the red line, which is a similar drawing bowl to the XG. And with lawn bowls, it's all about the art of correction. But just to mention before, we had a wonderful marker from Sue Higgins from Streaky Bay. Now, she has a hearing dog. Now, I've never heard of a hearing dog. Now, I have. And his name is Ben, and I believe he was a Tenterfield. And this is her 4th hearing dog. She's had a cavoodle and a lab before that. But thank you to the Lions Club who sponsor hearing dogs, the Lions Assistant Dogs, and now that's also for diabetics and people with epilepsy, not just guide dogs. For a long time I used to see the little fixed guide dog where you put your coin in to donate at any supermarket. But what a great effort.
Yeah.
I mean, look, and there's also a lot of support dogs now for people with trauma and anxiety and all those sorts of things. And I can tell you, I'm a teacher of 30 years. We have dogs that come in and kids on the spectrum with autism or being non-verbal, with any sort of type of disability. They come in, they might be anxious, they might have mental health concerns. And I can tell you, the animals, do a great job.
Oh, Amanda's had a bit of a rush of blood there and dropped that one into the ditch, but she's holding one for sure. Maybe
it maybe could be 2.
Yeah,
We'll just adjust that camera there.
And from her point of view, all she needs to do, is not just keep picking up the ones, and then in 3 ends the game's over, But the pressure's all on Robin at the moment, and
the hardest shot gets the last one.
Yeah. So Robin's sort of gone well short and across the face there. So it's all there for Amanda to take.
And to her credit, our marker's doing a great job. I never got the chance to talk to Anne Corcoran from which club? The Yakandanda Community Bowling Club.
Yeah.
But she's not aware that the camera's over her left-hand shoulder.
That is a lovely bowl from Amanda. Look at that.
And you know what?
Look at that.
It has got Mr. Chalky cheering. Well done. And, of course, we haven't seen him for a while. Cop that. All right. So, Robin Larkin, Port Arlington, searching weight. Bowl coming into, she is close. Give a little.
Oh, bad luck.
What a great effort. Not enough, but
Definitely 2 shots to Amanda there, so that would
Team
take
Victoria.
it to 2016.
20, and it was to 16 from the last end.
I always look at ends like this and think, oh, that's good, because if I get 1 shot down here, I don't have to carry the
No,
bowls
terrific. And just remember, viewers, if you're hearing impaired or deaf, on YouTube, no doubt you'd probably be no stranger to the captions, so just click on the captions, and we've got the automatic captions are enabled, so good luck to YouTube to interpret what the 2 dribblers have been talking about. We've been talking some trash and some, hopefully, some informed things. Matt Harris is my name, and it's my great pleasure to bring you the action for the first time here on YouTube Live Sports. You better be live in it, and thank you for having us and trusting us to broadcast this wonderful championship. Tell me, Deaf Bowls, how long's it been going for from your knowledge?
My records that I've traced back so far is the 1950s, believe it or not. Yep. Incredible. And it's one of my big passions at the moment, especially with been working really hard with Deaf Bowls Queensland, is awareness. Like, people need to be more aware of what we are, and don't take this in the wrong way, but just purely because of the age of people. Bowls clubs are full of deaf people,
Yes.
And it just sort of, it's about awareness, and so many people say, oh, we didn't know anything about deaf bowls. There was a deaf bowls sort of. So it's just about getting the awareness out there and sort of breaking down the barriers. And
Terrific. And it's great having those conversations with no judgment. And Amanda has, with her first bowl, a good bad bowl. It's well behind, so it's in play. But I'd imagine that both ladies are thinking, is this the last end now? At least our bowls are closest to our bowls bag, but I'm sure that's not the case. Coming from Victoria, Port Arlington compared to Deer Park, I'm not too sure of the geographic nature of it. But, no doubt they probably would have played against each other or played together. Is there many opportunities for, they're obviously representing their state, that they may have played together as a team?
Possibly. They, I don't know what Victoria's setup is with their selections for their pairs and triples. I know what our Queensland sides are, But one thing I'd just like to point out, I just noticed pretty much gone T to T. So they weren't playing that long ends. So I think
there's no one left on the green, Stephen.
Yeah. It's sort of, and sometimes, that can be a bad thing, really, because you're so used to a length, and then all of a sudden you're playing a longer length, and you need to be able to adapt and adjust quickly, Well,
looking at Amanda's technique, she's almost got a Gary Carey look about her, because the bowl's right up underneath the nose, trying to get her line, and she's down generally in plane. She's going to have really sore hammies and quads by the end of this.
I don't think so. If she does powerlifting, she's probably using it for
so maybe she's trying to get a workout at the same time. Well, look, here is Robin. She needs to put one close, and that's obviously, stating the fact. As Amanda bowled ended up in the ditch. Bowl is coming into play. Here is the shot bowl coming in. Yep. We have a score line of 20 to 16. Final bowl. Amanda. She's only one down, but with this shot coming in, if she doesn't change the result of this end, Robin is also only 4 from victory.
This bowl for the game.
Bowl's on its way. As again, viewers, the cameras are on the other rink, but we're trying to bring you the coverage.
Yep.
How often could you have seen the fortunate collection?
And I think a lot of this on this end with Amanda is pressure, knowing she only needs one. And you think, it's easy, I'll just draw one.
So
but
Amanda has only got one bowl in the head. If I was Robin, I would be targeting that bowl, but clearly she sent it.
Yep. So,
And didn't send it.
and the other thing is there's quite a few people up there watching, so sort of if you're not used to that playing in the audience...
Well,
and sort
she's
of,
also knowing she's on the live stream, and I maybe shouldn't have dropped that on her.
Yeah, but...
I just said, don't worry, you look good, you look amazing.
It's quite funny, you know, like some people don't mind playing in front of an audience, but some people absolutely hate it. Yeah.
And look, I haven't been watching this game. Obviously, we were streaming the other semi-final. But I know that both ladies, now that they know it on the live stream, may look back at it, or they may not want. But Robin might be ruining the chance there. Amanda definitely let her in then.
Yeah. That was a gimme.
Obviously, from looking at this match, the heads aren't as close as our previous semi-final, but we did mention the breeze came up. It's not howling. So it'd be interesting to see what happens in our ladies' final. We do know a Victorian's going to get through, but it's a matter of who gets through. Amanda's currently in a position to win, as is Robin. So, Steve, this is where the first bowl is crucial.
Yeah. And just one other thing on that, and I challenge everybody out there in Clubland, you know, like we've been playing Saturday. Some of these ladies played 3 games Sunday. Sorry.
Oh, so a bit of battle fatigue.
So then the women had 4s yesterday. So they're back again today. And I challenge anybody that doesn't do this on a regular basis to go out and play 3 days straight. It has a toll, you know.
Have a look at her first bowl.
Yep, wow.
That's her closest bowl for a couple of ends. Pressure. Let's see how Amanda handles it. She's got the bowl up near her face. This is what it looks like there. Gets low to the ground, sends it. Let's see it come into shot. I might actually change our middle camera just to try and pick up a little bit more, so we've got the angle.
Wow. What a shot.
What a bowl. And you know who comes out when we get a bowl like that.
At the moment, that's the winning shot.
We go.
Yeah.
I'm on the springboard. Beat that. 2017. What a bowl. And Robin is trying. Reach, Robin,
Look
reach.
At this.
Oh, has she got it? I believe she might have. They're having a look.
I don't think so. Oh, no, she's got it.
Yes, and that's the signal that we've got.
Down.
Well, is that an Auslan signal?
Yeah,
or is that just a bowl?
She's pointed down on that bowl, so that shot bowl. Yep.
And look, Stephen, thanks for the education, mate. I really appreciate your patience with me.
Look, it's all about communication and just sort of trying to make people understand and be aware of what we go through and sort of...
That's the state of play, by the way. That's how close it is when we go from that angle and then looking from this angle.
Yeah.
Just needed short. A little bit more. So looking at this, where can Amanda go? She's obviously got to try and reach to her back bowl. She's proven that she's got there, but that last bowl of Robin is in her draw line.
She's played
perhaps.
Backhand with her bowl close to the jack, so I think she's got to stay on the backhand. She doesn't need to change much.
She's
maybe
definitely doing that.
Just a fraction tighter, but she really doesn't need to change much.
She stayed down, so that means the bowl should be through. XG line, great line. Wow.
Yeah, wasn't far off.
Well, we're here at the Nationals, right?
And
so we expect to see this then.
Yeah, and the thing you look at, I mean, even if she does play onto Robin's bowl, she's still only 1 down. So
Correct.
You can afford to have a go at that, you know, just like to get around. And if you do touch Robin, well, you're only 1 down. You've got second shot.
Well,
so
she
will
has
play
set
that
it up to get victory. She needs 1. Currently, Robin is holding. And guess what? She's coming down to have a look.
Yep. And
well, it's playing her own speed, isn't it?
It is. And you've got the mat.
Controlling the tempo. And I think it's smart.
Yep.
Give yourself...
Because
she needs a couple of deep breaths just to go, I can play this.
Yeah. You just need to look at and, okay, I want to play this.
She's showing, she's gesturing what she needs to do.
She's confirmed what she had in her mind. This is the shot I need to play. Now I've just got to go back and play it. So from going up there to going, yep, this is the shot I need to play. Here comes the hard bit. Now I've got to go back and play it.
So this is where practice comes in.
Exactly. I remember one day I was doing some training at Kawana, just doing some drills by myself and all that. And a guy came up and said, what are you actually doing? And I said, well, what do you mean? He said, oh, you got no jack on the green or anything, you know. I said, I'm drawing to the ditch. He said, why are you drawing to the ditch?
Oh.
I said, because it's the least practiced part of a bowls game I've ever seen, you know. And
she's playing with weights. I can hear you. I'll let you finish your story. She's close.
wow, if it falls over.
It's got to fall over. Is there amount of seconds you can wait, or is it? I'd be running up the ante if I was Robin. One to me.
Until they call it. This could either be cruel or ecstatic.
I'm going to go for this angle here. It's not helping us.
I'm looking
What
from
about that
here.
angle?
Looking from where I'm sitting, I think Amanda's got it.
Well, I think Amanda may have one
Not they're going to measure?
behind.
Wow.
Now, I believe maybe Amanda was holding anyway before Robin.
Yep.
We can't actually, if we go to this angle.
One to Robin.
Wow.
We go again.
You know what? Let's give them a bit of the crowd. They're trying to lift them. We're going again.
Yeah, I think, you know, you
There we go again.
you can't just roll the jack up and keep bowling to the jack, you know, because another thing I noticed too is a lot of players don't know what to do when the jack's off centre.
Yes.
How do I do that, you know?
Yes.
So you've got to practice every scenario that you can think of, you know? But at the end of the day, it's up to what you want to do and what you feel is best for you.
Yes. All right, well, look, Robin, down 20 to 18. She needs 3. Is she going to do it by singles? She has the mat about 3 metres up from the tee and throwing the jack of similar distance. So let's see. She put the pressure on with her first bowl. The first bowl in singles, ladies and gentlemen, viewers, is crucial. A little bit runny, but that's still a good home.
That's not a bad home because Amanda does prefer the backhand.
So here comes the Amanda Kerr from Deer Park. She's been on 20 now, stuck for 2 ends. Can
and she plays the forehand. Commentators curse again.
Of course it is.
I'm learning this today.
Standard. Look, she's in the area. And I'm not surprised to see her through. Well, she got a reach. And she's holding shot. Bowl's on its way. She's staying down. She's a bit like you. She's got the knee braces on to try and give herself a bit of extra support.
We're not getting any younger.
No. Oh, man, look at the difference.
Yeah.
She's now only got 2 goes. And I can tell you, if she doesn't draw a shot with the 3rd, how much pressure's on the 4th.
Yeah.
Because Amanda may not need to have to deliver her 4th bowl.
This is pressure
on
at
its
a
way.
premium here. And this
Still
is
a
only
lot of
for
people
spot.
watching.
This is only for a spot in the final. Oh, that's pulled up short, but I think...
Okay. Robin. Stephen's got the fingers out on the monitor. Please. I like it. What a character. What a character of Kawana. The Thunder. Open gender for you as well, playing penance?
Yeah. I originally wasn't going to play because I missed
Sorry,
three rounds,
Stephen.
but yeah,
She's just drawn the shot.
Wow.
But she only has one.
Yeah. Well, one will do.
This
There's no time limit.
A crucible. Yeah, so sorry, I asked you a question that I didn't let you answer.
Yeah. I originally wasn't going to play, and Jeremy said, no, play. So I've been playing in the lower divisions, just helping out some of the newcomers and all
Back
that.
end for you?
And sort of, yeah, I mean...
Oh, stop it. This
look
is
at this.
Game. Okay, so the battle line has been drawn. Amanda does not currently have to play her final bowl. Robin, what's it looking like?
Coming in.
She needs to land
It's
the
coming
bowl.
in.
She's found the hole.
Oh. I tell you what, I don't think she's got it.
I think it is 1. We're going to bring out Mr. Chalky. She gave it every chance.
Yep.
She needed to guts it.
She just
And guess
needed
who?
to take it clean.
Is coming down for a walk again.
That was so unlucky for Robin. If she took that clean, she had 2 shots.
I think she's down. I don't think that bowl in the front. Looking at the angles, I would believe Amanda is 1 to that jack high bowl on the left of screen.
Yeah.
I think she can clearly say,
Well,
let's
if she
shake
goes
hands.
back and bowls it, she is...
She's going to declare. You know what? She doesn't need to play it, or just play it and draw in to take the measure out. What's she going to do? This will tell us. She gave nothing away. Poker face.
Wow.
Victorians.
Yeah.
I'd hate to play cards against her. Look, she might.
I'd like to think she's down.
And she didn't
thinks
even go
she's
the magic
down
fingers.
Because, yeah, this could go horribly wrong. I'm not saying it will, but, yeah.
Well, I think she's trying. She doesn't want to land that bowl.
Well, that's outside that bowl, so...
So if you look
that's
they
it.
they're shaking hands.
Yep.
Well,
Yeah.
look, let's just adjust that scoreboard. Well, ladies and gentlemen, viewers, I am going to keep the feed going, but we're going to turn the sound down. We've gone totally overtime, but Stephen Fox from Queensland, Club Kiwana, the Thunder, it's been my great pleasure to be here with you. I'm wanting you to come back for the final. Will you come back?
I will. I'll come back all day. I'm not playing today, so
What do you
I'm
reckon,
happy
viewers?
to... Yeah. I'm enjoying it. I'm having
Look
a
at it.
ball.
Hugs all round.
Look at this, yeah. This is us. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
mate, you know, look, I believe I have selective hearing, according to my wife. But you are watching the National Deaf Bowls Championship. Matty Harris here on our terrific YouTube Live. You better be live in it. And we are bringing it to you from Club Charlestown. We're going to have a little break, and I believe we're coming back with the women's... I'll get the next one up, but it'll be the final. Look at our great sponsors.
Yeah.
Gouchy
Yeah.
Fitness. Thank you to Lake Macquarie City. And, of course, we've got Deaf Bowls Australia.
Deaf Sports
and
Australia,
we'll
yeah.
see you soon.
Yep. Thank you.
Wait!
Alrighty.
So do you want me to stand?
Soon. I just want to find out. Do you know what the paddles are to school?
Ask the umpire.
Can you hear me
Yeah,
through here?
it's not too bad.
Do you need any more volume?
No, it just distorts if it does.
Okay, and can you hear yourself through those? Just talk.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
Perfect. Well, the volume is fine.
A lot of conductive hearing, which means it goes through the bones.
I'll get this out of the road. So, Minnie, if I get you to stand on the screen. Okay, now where your hands will be, can you just show me? You may have to. Perfect. That's perfect. If you drop them any below, you won't.
So it needs to be up here?
Yeah. Are you happy with that? That's
Can we
enough
drop
there?
we can't drop the camera down a fraction?
We can, and I can just do that. Let me
I
just.
think that's probably better because there's too much space above her head.
Yep. Let me just zoom in. I'll have to bring in. What am I going for? Hold on. Here. Cameras. Trying to think, is that camera 4? Where is it? Oh, that's 16. That's not going to be the right camera. Okay. Let's go this one.
Can you do me a favour? Can you just ask the umpire, Glenda, if she can just come up here to wave it? Yep. There you go, your big TV moment. Okay, when they're all finished standing, can you just go out and wave your hand? And that means that's all start. So once they've all finished their practice ends, then you're able to just walk out and just wave your hand, just go like that, and they'll know that's to start. But they'll all be standing
Where's
up
the
this
camera
end.
on? Let me adjust it. That's camera 1. That's camera
You'll be on the camera.
2. Nope. Let's go to camera 3. Camera 4. Come on. Log in. Nope. Camera 5. No, I just got to contact Boyd.
Can you move the camera down?
I can't at the moment because it's not picking up on the. Because this is an extra camera. I'll just try and Boyd. Can you please adjust the 4th camera as I can't access it? And Minnie is ready to interpret. Please.
Down.
So Boyd should be able to bring up the camera. I might even try and copy that URL. Won't even let me copy it. Refresh, copy, delete, assign, hotkey. No. Unmap, map, replay, manage. Nope, that's not it. I can get there, I just can't adjust it. We won't be long, I'll just make sure I hear from Boyd.
That's okay, they already practiced.
192.168.5.119. Let's actually try and go old school. 192.168.5.119. Browse. Not found, of course.
Is she live?
No,
Oh,
no.
that's okay. I was going to tell don't pick it.
No. I'll let you know when we're ready. I just have to find out from Boyd because at the moment, because it's a spare camera, it's not picking up with the other three for me to adjust that camera. It was this morning, but because it's been sitting, well, you can't. It's been sitting idle for the 3 hours, so it's gone. I don't like you, and I'm just trying to find out from Boyd. Oh, Lloyd. Outloaded. Needed here. With camera 4. Site settings. Delete permissions. Delete data. No. What does it say? Connect. I don't want to delete data. Come on. No, I don't want to start the. I don't want to show them playing. I can, but Boyd will be adjusting that camera. Here he is. Is he here? I think he's taken my mouse. He has. There he goes. So my technical support's playing around with the mouse. I was trying to play with it, and he didn't. He normally tells me he's doing what he needs to do. So I've just taken the mouse from that TV. Now he's just deleted it. There he comes. It's going well though.
Yes, yeah, it's great. So it's live, is it?
Not yet.
Not yet. That's okay.
We've got Mini here, so I want to make sure we make use of Mini. Where is he? Where are you going, Boyd? Camera 4. Can't control it. Oh, come on.
Yeah, my phone does that too.
Yeah, not found. Need to drop roof out. Off shot. If Boyd can't fix it, we'll just go with what we've got, which just doesn't matter. There's only about that much above your head, so it's not a problem. Because
Hands up high.
yeah, we can do that. I'm just
Okay, I was head.
while Boyd's controlling it, I can't control any part of it at the moment. If I try and control it, I can't do it.
Have you got that
No,
for the other girl?
no.
Oh,
Thank you.
you're live.
Because I'm here.
Oh, it's live.
But I've got that not
Oh,
there
okay,
yet.
yep, that's fine. I'll just, well, can I put a comment?
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got all of our cameras now working. And as you can see, we have Minnie, who's doing the interpreting. So welcome, Minnie. Minnie's from Mayfield, so he's a local. And this is innovation at its best. And we've got the president of Deaf Bowls, Michael. Good morning. Is it good morning? That's good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Matt. How are you?
I'm fabulous. And look, we had some technical issues with just making sure we didn't chop Minnie's head off. So I hope now, I believe this could be a world first.
It is. It's been a while in the planning stage. And it's been fantastic that you and Happy Bowler have come on board to try something really innovative. We've got people in Scotland, New Zealand watching this, as this is a sort of like a precursor to our World Championships in 2027.
Which is brilliant, and I can just see my technical support at the moment. Boyd is fixing up my cameras. I've just got to change the name to make sure we've got our players on the scoreboard.
Yep.
But obviously we've got some wonderful things happening. But tell us about the championships.
Okay, so yes, I'm the president of Deaf Bowls Australia. We have our national championships every 4 years, and at those championships we pick the Australian team that goes off to the International Deaf Bowls Federation Championships, which in 2027 will be here at Charleston again in September. So we have sort of like a 5 or 6 person team for both men and ladies, and we go through and play singles, fours, pairs and triples. The countries that will be coming to 2027 World Championships will include England, Scotland, New Zealand, Northern Ireland, the Republic of Ireland, Wales, and we may have a team from Hong Kong and maybe India.
Wow. Absolutely incredible. That's so exciting.
Mm-hmm. We also have, this will be the 10th International Championship. So it's been going for basically 40 years. So it actually is equivalent to what we would call the Hearing World or the Open Bowls World World Championships. So we're very proud of that. Each state, we have teams from New South Wales, Queensland, Victoria, ACT, and we have a lone member from South Australia. So we, and basically everybody, it's a pay your own way to get here. So
Which needs to change. However, that's the way it is at the moment.
yes, that is. And look, we're a great bunch of people. We're made up of people who are what we call deaf, who are Auslan users. They're also deaf who may be oral
Or hard of hearing.
lip reading, and then there's hard of hearing people. So hard of hearing people are made up of people who wear cochlear implants, hearing aids, and have various degrees of hearing loss. It always depends on your hearing loss in your good hearing or your best hearing ear. So one ear might be almost deaf and the other one might be totally good hearing. You don't qualify to actually play in what we call any sort of deaf bowls.
Very informative. Lots of things happening. So our marker for today is that young Nicole Taylor.
Yes, Nicole's...
And what's the story with Nicole? She's got her Deaf Bowls Australia shirt on, and as you can see in our vision, she's on the right of screen, but what's her background?
She's a local girl. She comes from around Newcastle. She's the secretary of our Deaf Bowls Australia Association.
Well, it's great to have her marking.
Yep. And yeah, she's only been probably in the community probably 3 or 4 years.
Wow. Now, we have people from all over the country, and
Yep.
obviously we're looking to try and bring everyone from all over Deaf Bowls. The National Championships here, you can't do it without sponsors.
Yep.
So thank you again to Lake Macquarie City, Gauchi Fitness, and of course we've got Club Charlestown.
Yep.
And is it Deaf Sports?
Deaf Sports Australia, and we also have West Coast Bowls, who's also been really good for us. So, so it's been a great. We've been eligible for a grant from the local council, like Macquarie City Council, and it's been fantastic for us. They've been able to supply some money so we can get interpreters to come along, and also just to support sort of like how we run the competition.
And terrific. Well, we will update our scores in a moment because we've got 2 finals going on. But what's on for the rest of the championships? What have we got coming up? The pairs, I believe?
Yep, pairs tomorrow. Both so far we've had the men's and ladies fours. The men's fours final is on this afternoon at 4 o'clock. We've gone through all the singles program. And tomorrow we have the pairs for both ladies and men's, and then Thursday finals, which we have live streaming again, and then also the triples for Thursday afternoon and Friday morning. And we finish up with our presentation on Friday night at about 6 o'clock. And we've been fortunate for the Mayor to come along on that and present all our awards, and also the Australian team will be announced at that presentation.
All right, we are. So Care is on site, so we've got to just do because we're very informative, but as a mere male, multitasking is a little bit challenging. So I make sure I update the scoreboard. We like to have a laugh here, and I'm going to laugh at myself. I know Minnie's having a giggle, and I'm learning a little bit about signing. Is there any particular sign that they use in sledging when you can't actually hear it on the bowl screen? Is there something where I know the middle finger, the one finger salute, we won't talk about that, but and that's out of jest, but is there any sort of tongue-in-cheek Auslan or any signing that people may use on the green if they get a big luck?
We're all very polite, like every bowler I know.
Right.
There's never anything called sledging on the green.
I've heard the Queenslanders are a bit ordinary.
Look, it's a great bunch of people. We have a lot of fun, and there's a lot of jokes and stirring, as you would know, off the green. But as soon as you walk on the green, sorry, all friendships are off. So it's then full on. sort of like full-on competition. And of course, like everybody, once you come off the green, it's just a great group of people. You have a chat and laugh and.
But it's
and
like
have a
what
chat.
happens on the field stays on the field of play.
Oh, yes. But to be honest, I've never seen any sort of major sort of thing happen on the green. It might be a bit of misunderstanding because with the combination of both hard of hearing and deaf Auslan signers, there can be a little bit of confusion in instructions and so forth.
Yes.
I know that from personal experience when you're trying to work with a hearing world and you get it. Most bowls instructions are pretty clear, but sometimes you can get it wrong.
Now, how long in your own personal sort of experience with being president?
Yep.
How long have you been involved in steering the ship, so to speak?
Yeah, in deaf bowls, it was around about 2012. I started off in the Australian team and then I think became president around about 2015 and have been president since. It's gone through a bit of a metamorphosis because a man called Tony Gorringe, who we'll get down a bit later, has been the stalwart of Deaf Bowls Australia. He's been awarded the Order of Australia Merit.
Incredible.
So he's certainly put a huge amount of time in. He's now in his early 80s. And so we're sort of like changing over to a new group of younger people and we've taken on sort of like a much stronger presence, which includes our social media. We've got a specialised social media person, we've got a specialised sponsor person. And moving forward, we're really sort of like trying to promote deaf bowls back into the normal bowling community.
And look, the community of lawn bowls is evolving. We've got coloured bowls, we've got people of all ages. It's not just known as a game for people who are more in their senior years of life. I mean, the current Australian side in the men's and women's jackaroos are average high 20s, low 30s, you know. So, but your demographic, they come from all walks of life?
Absolutely, yeah. It's like any other normal bowling community. You could be bowling against someone who could be a judge or someone who could be a plumber. It's very similar. We have a young girl here, Prue. She's only 17, so she's sort of like having a bit of a trial here, and it's great to see us getting some of the younger bowls, 16, I think. So it's good to see having a couple of young deaf bowlers here. We will be trying to promote that into schools and things like that, but as always, we're all just volunteers, and subsequently it takes a bit more time to spread the word. And hopefully we have a number of the deaf community here watching so that they can just have a think about lawn bowls, and we'll have it on our website and our Facebook page, you know, how to contact someone and get into bowls.
Now, we have got some social media channels. So what's your page on Facebook?
It's Deaf Bowls Australia.
Okay.
Have a look at that.
Or whatever they call it.
Yeah, we hope to be getting a website up and running soon, and because we find communication and information dissemination is really difficult because we lack that sort of one form of communication, and we need to cover all areas. And so what we aim to do is in the future have a very dedicated website which will have all our information there, whereby anybody can go to that website and sort of like learn lots about Deaf Bowls, Deaf Sports Australia, how to register, your classification in terms of where you fit within a classification system.
We were mentioning that in our semi-final we had both ladies, Helen and Kate, were both in the classified AU2, so they're playing for Australia. That was in the semi-final. Just around those classifications, because obviously there are various different types of classifications, as we see currently. Young Miss Amanda Kerr, all the way from Deer Park in Victoria, is up at the moment on a 4-0 score line over our live stream game, which was our first game, with Helen Cruden coming from the Central Coast. So it's a battle in New South Wales with Victoria. But for yourself, your story, you obviously developed hearing and deafness or impartial deafness, in a couple of some surgeries that didn't go so brilliant?
Yeah, sometimes, and this is a common story. This is a common story within the deaf and hard of hearing community. A lot of people have a medical or maybe some sort of infection, either when they're very young or when their parents, when their mother was sort of carrying them. And so a lot of stories of everybody who has an infection and then subsequently that affects their hearing, and that can affect it fairly dramatically. So, yeah, I had a few operations, fairly simple, 98% success rate. And unfortunately, there's always 2% that fail.
And you're Mr. 2%.
A number of times I was at 2%. So subsequently, I'm completely deaf in my left ear. That ear has been closed off. And I have now just had a cochlea put in my right ear, and that's just been turned on. So, yeah, and everybody here has a story because that's the way the community is. Yeah.
And talking about a great community, isolation, mental health, all those different parts, your community experiences, like everyone, but what a great sport to bring people on. And we want more people to say you can belong. Anyone can belong on this world stage because anyone can beat anyone on the day in the game of lawn bowls, can't they?
Exactly. Like everybody, like we meet every 4 years, and it's just such a pleasure to catch up with people. I tried to go home the other night, and it took me over an hour to get out the door because someone would come in and start talking to you, and you haven't seen them for 4 years, and it's just a lovely...
Well, you made me laugh because you said, "How long have we got you for?"
Sorry?
I said, you said to me this morning, "How long are you here for?" And I said, "Well, until we're done." And you giggled and said, "Well, you might have to set up a bed in the car park because you'll be here till midnight."
Absolutely, and that is also part of the deaf community. They have really long goodbyes because it takes them an hour and a half to walk out the door because you catch up with someone, and it's just, so lovely to see people because you don't see them very often.
Well, that's fabulous. And look, I will show some footage at some stage of the people in the gallery. Lots of people here. We had women's social bowls here at Club Charlestown. Daniel Hill's done a great job in welcoming these championships here. It is a significant time of their resources, maybe 6 days, isn't it? 4 to 5 days of
we started, Sunday and we go through to Friday.
So tomorrow you've got 2 full greens
Yep.
of pairs, but lots of people coming down. So if you are in the region and you're looking at the live stream, come on down. But all of this is recorded so people can watch it back. And of course, we're pioneering what we're doing, obviously innovation with Youtubelivesports and people like Minnie and yourself doing great. But look, some viewers, look at the bowls there at the moment. We have got the score correct. We've got to flip it. Yep. I thought that was the case. So we've got Victoria on 3. This is Miss Care. And we've got Cruden, who was on our live stream from New South Wales, on 2. Ends don't count. You can see on the scoreboard, it's the first to get to 21. But where we can see that it could be, we'll update with a 2. Got to press that. But the people, what bowls they're using. So, for example, we have Amanda Kerr from Victoria, and she's using the blue and white bowls. They're XGs. And we've got Helen Cruden from New South Wales. She's using the orange SRVs. So talk about what bowls do you use, because the bowls have a different line, a different draw. Some are narrower, some are wider. Obviously, we've got people watching who know lawn bowls, but we do have some people that aren't familiar with lawn bowls, so we need to obviously explain that. But what do you use when you're bowling?
I tend to use arrows, and probably I've got a set of evolves, but also have dynamics as well. So just because greens are variations of what you use, so sometimes lawn bowls can be a little bit autistic in that respect in terms of using different bowls for different scenarios. So
we've got a score of 3. The maximum you can score in an end is 4.
Yep.
And when we play singles, we did mention this with our co-commentator Stephen Fox from Queensland, that if you do lose the end, you try, and they're called ends, we try and make sure you only drop 1, not a maximum of 4, because as you can imagine, it's collative. So cumulative 21 up. So we've got a scoreline at the moment of 6-2. So pressure on the scoreboard.
Oh, absolutely, and it's not an easy day today to play bowls because you don't get an impression of the wind that comes, and it's a bit fluky today, so it does affect the bowls. And so, yeah, it's not an easy scenario playing here today, but that means then usually the cream comes to the top, sort of thing. So it's a great game to sort of like appreciate how the skill is actually.
Well, look at the skill. This is a national championship,
Yep.
and we know in singles there's singles, pairs, triples, and fours. The first bowl is quite crucial, and Amanda has just laid it down. Pressure is off her at the moment because she's ahead 6-2, and with those blue and white duo, we call them XGs, she's got a very good shot because you want to make sure you're rather about, I call about 75 centimetres behind or 30 centimetres in front. So you've got about a metre to play with when it's a good or a not so great bowl. But we're playing on carpet here at Club Charlestown, but there's obviously what used to be called lawn bowls. Now the game is bowls. We've got indoor, we have it on synthetic, we have it on carpet, we have it on grass. There's different types of grass. But great to be here undercover, all weather. But you mentioned the wind. There are gaps between this undercover, so it does impact the way that the bowls run.
Sure. And with regarding the World Championships in 2027, we looked at the situation of all-weather greens because the weather is becoming a little bit unpredictable. So when you're running a World Championship, we'd like to have sort of like a weatherproof scenario, and here's absolutely Club Charlestown has been fantastic to us. They've been really good, very accommodating, and Daniel, the bowls manager, can't do enough for us, and so this has been sort of like a bit of a learning curve for us.
Oh, well, it's
moving
fabulous,
into the
and look, you've shown a
2027.
great initiative with bringing YouTube Live Sports, and we're looking at. But just trying to attract a broader audience. So welcome to wherever you're watching from. We've got Minnie signing for us. And can you just tell me about Auslan? And is that just because it's said that because we're in Australia? With the Auslan signing.
Sure. Auslan is a deaf language, obviously. And within Australia, we have sort of like what we would call dialects.
Right.
And that is we have a northern dialect and a southern dialect. So there is a sort of subtle variation with some different signs. And when you come up here, you might sign good morning, and that would be slightly different for people in New South Wales to people in Victoria.
Okay.
And there's a lot of little similar variations throughout the language. It is a little bit different to English in terms of the structure, the grammatical structure of the language. Because in Auslan, and I always wondered why until I went totally deaf recently, and then I understood that when my wife was talking to me, that in English the subject is always at the very end of the sentence.
Yeah, you mentioned that in our communications the week before we broadcast. So yeah.
Yeah. So and of course you need to have the subject at the start of the conversation, so then you can say, moving on. So when you sort of like say, what is your name, in English, that would transcribe to your name what?
Yes.
So that's sort of it just means there's an emphasis at the start to give the person an idea of what you're talking about. However, when you put that into writing, a person who is deaf will write a lot of times in a Auslan grammatical structure. And it comes across often as being a little bit unusual to a hearing person.
Right.
And so subsequently they may get the wrong impression about the person who is Auslan person. So it is a little bit, that is a part of a disability in terms of communicating within a hearing world.
Okay.
So it is, and we talk about a disability for deaf and hard of hearing, and a lot of people out there who are hard of hearing would equate with the fact that you often are misunderstood, or you misunderstood a question, or you say things late. So it becomes a very interesting disability that we have. A lot of people call it an invisible disability because of the fact that you actually don't look any different. But of course, when you communicate with somebody or try to communicate with somebody, it can be quite hard.
Well, look, you've been very thorough with that explanation, so it's great to have Minnie here signing. And how is the spelling of Austin? Is AUSLAND, is that the spelling of what you're using?
AUSLAN.
Okay.
Oz language,
okay.
sort of.
Oz language.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. And then look, I wouldn't even excuse my ignorance. This is an education for me, and we've got lots of people who watch, look, able-bodied bowls, not para bowls, not deaf bowls, and we've got people from all over the world watching. And it's a welcome to all of you. So you've got a captive audience. This is the start. And we know that it only takes a little spark or a little raindrop, and next thing you've got a flood. And that's what we hope for your community, particularly Deaf Bowls Australia and the World Game, because we've got Com Games. So we have Paralympics, Olympic Games, so inclusion and what you're doing now is fabulous on a competitive level, but also on a human level, with connecting people to something bigger, like a purpose, a community, a sense of belonging. So it's great.
Yeah, we are the Deaf Bowls community, and has been sitting a little bit outside bowls, sort of like in general, and what we're trying to do is bring that back in under the umbrella of sort of just a general bowling community. And that's sort of like our purpose at the moment, is to grow get people out there, and whether people are just hard of hearing, and also introduce it to the deaf community. And that's part of our sort of like strategy moving forward. And that we've got a fantastic committee at the moment who's really progressive and trying to get it out there. So we aim to really start to develop our social media, our online presence, and sort of like work with Bowls Australia and state organisations in terms of just getting the word out there, because there is a lot of people out there who would actually qualify to play, but they've never heard of us.
So on that, and we are looking at the ends don't count. I'm watching at home, and I want to get involved in lawn bowls or bowls,
Yep.
and deaf bowls. Obviously reaching out to local clubs, or do they just go to Deaf Bowls Australia to then find out local clubs? Because I know that our representative from Streaky Bay, Sue, has got some concerns for herself because she's South Australian, but there's not enough people. So access, and we're not going to go political. You can because you're the president, but obviously we've got to try and work on how. So if I'm just coming in and I want to play lawn bowls, and Deaf Bowls Australia, what do I need to do?
Well, that's what we're trying to improve on. That is the ability to contact us. And at the moment, our Facebook page is probably one of the major ones. We are in developing a website, and that will then be able to, maybe viewed elsewhere. So there we're sort of like just doing the foundation of moving forward. So we understand that we haven't had a big presence out there, and that's what we're aiming to change. We sort of like had these shirts, which Lake Macquarie Council sort of like supported us in getting. We used them at the Australian Open so that people could see that, we've got a deaf bowls community in there. So we're just aiming to make it a sort of like out there, and sort of like where people can come and sort of like connect on if they connect on our Facebook page, then we can direct them off to the state representative of Deaf Bowls.
Oh, terrific. Well, look, well answered, and we can put some information up there, which is really good. We're just checking on Minnie to make sure she's going okay. She's doing amazing. But we're looking at now probably focus more of our attention on the actual game. And we've got some updates from Rink 5 in the Men's Championship. It's an all New South Wales affair. And we have Barry on 8 and Andrew on 5. And we've got
Brian.
Brian, not Barry. Brian and Andrew. And in the other match, we've got George on 6 and Paul on 5. So what are the current games we've got concurrently going? We've got the Ladies National Championship, the men's, but have we got a semi-final of the men's?
Now, the 4 players there are very interesting because we'll start with Brian Lockyer, who has represented Australia a number of times, both in singles and pairs. I played with Brian in New Zealand and we won the gold medal in the pairs. And what happens usually at the national is because we have a northern hemisphere and a southern hemisphere nature to the bowls. So when we go into the northern hemisphere, the greens are very different, and usually the home team sort of like ends up a much greater advantage. And when we go to New Zealand, we played at Burnside, and a lot of people will know the Burnside Club because it's hosted the World Championships, and we did very well there back in 2019. And then we went to Scotland, Edinburgh in 2023, and we didn't do as well. It's just because the greens are very different, so we have to use different bowls and so forth. So Brian's been in that. Andrew won the Australian Open disability singles a few years ago, so
Terrific.
That's a quality field.
Wow.
Come to the probably best known Australian deaf bowler, as in George Ravlich. Back in, I think it was the mid-80s.
Testing your memory here.
He was actually the runner-up in the Australian Open to Dennis Kuntunerich. So, and he's 84 years old, and he's made the semi-final, which is wow, it's just an incredible effort. And he comes up against one of our newbies, Paul Webster, who's actually our social media guru, and he's doing a fantastic job in promoting us on social media. So that's again a really great game. So it's a star-studded sort of people, as they say, cream comes to the top.
The cream comes to the top, and we can look at the girls here assisting each other in a measure. And bowls of this nature, national championship, we're obviously going to be streaming the men's final following this. And if these ladies do finish early, I will try and adjust my cameras to try and capture the semi-finals. But we will bring you the update as we're going. Mm-hmm. So what's on the rest of the itinerary for you? You finish off this and you go back to what, a working life, or are you semi-retired? What do you do? Because obviously I can imagine being a president, it takes a lot of your time.
It has. It's been an interesting journey. I was a school teacher for something like 40 years and worked 30 years in special education, and then my hearing actually deteriorated quite quickly, and then came out and worked in a company called Expression Australia, which is a deaf-specific community organisation, and absolutely loved that. Retired this year at January.
Well done, congratulations.
Retired from paid work, so now it's sort of like working in the volunteer. And the hours you put in, as like all volunteers will know, in any club volunteer, it's all done with a lot of, interest, and we're certainly starting to the ball rolling, and this certainly has created a lot of interest, and we aim to sort of like build on that. So when I go back to Melbourne, we then start the 2027 World Organisation, because Australia is hosting it, and so that's a massive sort of issue that we'll start to put in place.
Oh, terrific. Well, it sounds like you've got your work cut out for you. All right, well, look, Michael, it's been absolutely fabulous to get an insight into what you're doing. I'm so glad that YouTube Live Sports is a part of this adventure. I don't like use the word journey, but I love what you're doing. I love this sport. I love what it's given me. I started playing bowls when I was 15 with my dad and my grandmother. So my oldest uncle is deaf. My youngest sister, I'm one of 9 children. She was born deaf in her right ear, and she's had all sorts of struggles with challenges because it's nothing people can see unless she's wearing a hearing aid. So congratulations to you. Well done on what you're doing and your team. Are there any other people you'd like to mention before you go and get the Super Queenslander back on?
Sorry?
Before we get the Super Queenslander back on in the commentary box?
Yeah, Stephen's a much better talker than me.
Sorry, I tend to disagree.
I do have a man here, Tony Gorringe, who's in his 80s. Tony was the instigator of not only Deaf Bowls Australia, but also the international Deaf Bowls scene.
Oh.
He's now our patron.
So we use the word legend with him.
Absolutely. He's our patron. And he's certainly my mentor in terms of how we move forward. His history's all inside, so he's now in his twilight years, and so we're trying to make sure that he's comfortable and sort of like taking a lot of the pressure off him, and that's because
fabulous.
We need to have a succession sort of plan for him. But I'd like to bring him in and also give you a chance to rest, Matt, and give Mimi a chance to rest her hands and then use her voice. And then Tony will come and just explain. He is a bit of a jokester, so he likes to say things in jokes, but a most beautiful man, and his heart and soul has been in Deaf Bowls for probably 60 or 70 years.
So we might actually, what we'll do is, I did speak to Minnie about this, either mic them up, so I may then use the headsets. We'll still have the vision of the bowls. We are clearly looking at 6-5, so there is still plenty of game left in getting to 21. So viewers, I might just drop the sound down so we just sort of work out what we're doing next with this, because this is quite important in the succession of saying who's who and everything else. So if we just, we'll start to mute that sound, but I can tell you as she comes to the head, she might be one down. This is Amanda Kerr from Victoria. Quality game here in Women's National Singles Championships. So I look forward to this next little part that we'll bring you. So thank you, Michael, and we'll bring in this next little segment.
I'd like to introduce Tony Gorringe, who's has been the president, a secretary of both Australian Deaf Bowls, or Deaf Bowls Australia, sorry, and the International Deaf Bowls Federation. So, Tony, if you could just explain to us the history of deaf bowls.
So the Deaf Bowls Association was set up in 1968, and we went through to 2001. And then men and women were merged and it became Deaf Bowls Australia. So I was secretary for a few years. I became president, back to treasurer, secretary. So I've moved through a number of different roles over the years.
Okay, so you've been recognised in Australia as the most important deaf bowls. So can you tell us a bit about that?
So I was really surprised when I received an OAM. And that was for all of the hard work that I put into assisting for Deaf Bowls Australia and International.
In terms of the World Bowls, yep, how many countries, yep, how many championships?
Those 6 countries, I am hoping that there will be more in 2027, maybe 2 or 3 more. That would be really great.
Right, yep. In terms of moving forward, where do you see deaf bowls heading?
We want to be on an equal playing field with the hearing community.
Sorry.
We want to be on an equal playing field with the hearing community.
Yep, yep. And I think we're heading down that road, which is great. So, Club Charlestown, what do you think?
Oh, it's a beautiful club. It's undercover. It doesn't matter. It's all weather. It's just fantastic. It might rain tomorrow, the next day, so we'll see what happens with the weather.
On behalf of the Deaf Bowls community, I'd just like to thank you for all your years of dedication and work. And now you can sit back and relax, and we'll try.
There's been so much work.
And we'll try and make sure you rest, because it's very hard to do that, because you're always up working. So thank you on behalf of the Deaf Bowls community. Good.
Well, viewers, how was that? I hope that was a treat. And we've got the Fox coming back with Mr. Queensland. But I will get Minnie just to come in shot. Now, Minnie is actually going to have a little break. She needs to have a rest. And thank you for that. I hope you're enjoying the coverage, and she'll be back in a little bit. Goodbye. Thank you. Look, we're going to make sure that we've got the right score going on. We'll get Stephen going through. Just get him sorted and away he goes. How was lunch?
Oh, very filling.
Nice. What'd you
filling.
have? Schnitty? Schnitty and gravy and chips?
No.
Or a salad?
No. Something light.
Well, we've got Mr. Billy Baxter, all the way from Club Charlestown. He's just giving us the correct score. And we are looking at a 7-6. And Foxy, I don't know if you get called Foxy. I'm going to call you Foxy because I'm Australian and we abbreviate everyone's name.
Hey.
Mate, it's 7-6. It looks like we're going to have another belter in the final. And have a look. Give us an update on the men's semi. And there's an 87-year-old, is he? Or 83-year-old?
Yeah.
Young George?
Yep, George from Double George. I can't pronounce his last name.
No, I don't have George's surname either, but let's just go with George.
Yep. 88 years old. Inducted into the Western Australia Bowls Hall of Fame.
Incredible.
And he is leading Paul Webster from New South Wales 9-7. Yep, we got another score change coming up.
At least you've got to get a later update. But incredible. And look, we just had the Bowls president, Michael, spoke to a patron. Incredible things, which is just was just fabulous. So I'm just going to adjust that camera. We're actually now going to be talking more about the tactics of what's happening. But I have to adjust the camera because we have gone ditch to ditch, which means there's a change in a little bit of what's going on, trying to maybe just change the momentum of what's going on.
So Amanda's not going to be far off with this one. It's just going to run through again. So
the wind has started to pick up, and we're just conscious that sign's not going to take out my camera because that breeze has started to come up.
yeah. So over on rink 5, we've got Brian on 9 and Andrew on 10, and rink 2, George is on 10, leading Paul on 9. And I apologise for not having their last names.
That's okay. We'll get them for them.
Some of them I can't even pronounce. So.
We'll get them there because, look, our attention has been, and the broadcast has suggested, it's all about the women this morning and early this afternoon. But we are going to be bringing to you the men's final.
Yep. And
then there's pairs and all sorts of things that are going on. But you can see on the National Deaf Bowls Championship Deaf Bowls scoreboard, we have got a very close arm wrestle. Victoria 7, New South Wales 6. And that is Amanda Kerr flying the flag for the Victorians. I won't mention a sore point, probably for my co-commentator, that at the moment the Queenslanders have been a bit too friendly. They've decided to roll over. And we don't have any Queenslanders representing in the men's or women's singles. Is that a bit of a blowover, a bit of an upset, or is that?
No. As I said earlier, unfortunately, we only brought Janet down because there were other players selected for whatever reason couldn't attend. So we knew we were going to be very
light on
with the women, but. Our men's,
it's something to work forward to.
Our men's 4 squad is pretty hot at the moment, so they play later in the final. So
terrific.
We will see.
Well, there we have once again Amanda Kerr probably tuning or chiming into a Gary Kelly type technique. She holds the bowl up, very different, but look, she's decided to have a bowl that has searched again. She has got 3. Pretty much joined together, but I think that she is holding 3. So this is a very significant bowl in the light of things that Helen needs to correct because she has got 2 bowls on the green, but they're way short. She is down, I would think, almost 4. But can she reach?
She doesn't need to hit her bowls. Nope, she's got through. I'll tell you what. That is a cracker.
A very good bowl, and I believe that she would have got shot. Let's bring out the dancing frog. She's gone from 4 down to 1 up, which is a good result for her. She was heavy and narrow.
She had to do
did
something
what she
there.
had to do.
So, yeah. And, like this, we talked about pressure in the last game in the semi-final. this is pressure plus when you're playing in the final. I mean, it's all on the line. There's a gold medal there at the end of this, and not that we like bragging rights, but you always like to know that you've just won a national championship. So
We're all square.
yes,
7-all.
uh,
Yeah, wonderful marker. Thank you, Nicole Taylor. And so we're talking bowls, but NRL. Are you a Broncos person? I mean, I don't know if it's a silly question because obviously we've got the Cowboys and we've got the Gold Coast.
Well-
Or you don't follow NRL, you might not even follow a team that's based in Queensland.
Yeah. You really like putting me on the spot, don't you?
Well, listen, we don't. We talk straight here.
Yeah.
And you know, I don't care if you go for the Dolphins. Because I didn't mention them either.
Yeah.
The Redcliffe team.
I'm actually a Cowboys supporter because in the early 80s I played for North Queensland back when they were the Marlins. So
Oh, wow.
yeah, so I was a Broncos supporter because they came in 88, and obviously every Queenslander followed the Broncos. But when the Cowboys came in,
How good was the King, Wally Lewis? I think he was just one of the thousands. Alfie.
yeah, so
I was always a fan because I'm a North Sydney Bears supporter. Marty Bella and Billy Moore and Gary Larson.
yeah.
Terrific, terrific Queenslanders.
I played all my junior football against Martin Bella. Know him very, very well.
Well, have you followed his podcast?
yeah.
He calls it how he sees it, but I tell you, he must have lost a couple of IQ points because I do understand him, but
Yeah.
there's no
not forward-
controversy with his mouth, just quietly.
He's not forward and coming backwards, and he never has been.
And I'm not even going to offend him by saying he's not the sharpest tool in the shed because what he actually does say is quite informed.
He's
Very passionate.
Unfortunately, people only ever see Martin Bella, the state of origin prop that got up and played the ball the wrong way after he got pelted
funny
for it.
was that, eh?
Yeah, but Martin, to know Martin personally, he is a very, very intelligent
Oh,
person.
look,
Yeah.
I loved following him in the North Sydney Bears. He gave us a lot of grunt, a lot of up forward there. But look, now the NRL, we've got the NRLW, and obviously we're in the September time, which is grand final. I know, obviously, a Queenslander being the only Queensland team in the finals now. Who's going to win it, you reckon? I mean, I find it going to be hard to be. I'm looking at a Raiders-Panthers final, but look, they're all in it.
Oh, I think we've got two teams there. Melbourne's our adopted fifth team. So,
Okay.
yeah. Look, I don't know. It's such a hard call. You know, it'll all come down to injury, suspension, who's refereeing, the bunker. You know, sort of, yeah.
Well, look, I can tell you the setup that we've got today is not dissimilar to the bunker. Lots of camera angles. Got to try and see what's going on. The umpire hasn't been called. There's been no controversy. And look, the ladies have been playing their first morning, 21 up. It was a longer game. In particular for Amanda, she was on the green well and truly half an hour after everyone had finished. So maybe a looser end here.
Yeah.
But look, her third bowl, she wants to try and make sure that she can get her third bowl closer because we did mention about this, viewers, that the first bowl is really important, but you've got 4 goes. So hopefully with the art of correction in lawn bowls, we are 7 each, but scoreboard pressure.
She's just lost the way with the weight a little bit there, you know. I mean, the line's fine. You look at where the bowl's finished. She's got the right line.
Well,
It's
that's where it starts. If you can get your line back on track and be consistent, then you can actually draw with a lot more confidence.
Yeah.
But let's see. They both got to the final because they've beaten everyone else. So they're doing it. I'm not.
This is the pressure part of the day, you know, the nerves. You get
Well,
jumpy, you get
a national
jittery.
title.
Yeah.
Then tell me, what will they, besides bragging rights for the next 4 years, and that's the shot coming in there now, so she may have drawn second. What will they receive? Is there a perpetual trophy they get to keep? Is there any cash?
I think
Is
it's
it
just
medal? Is it just some prizes?
It's a medal, and obviously with these two playing in the final, the selectors will be taking a long, hard look at what these guys do. But one thing, when they set out the criteria for selection for our Australia squad, it wasn't just on how good you can play the game or how many games you win. It was how you would stand in a team situation, you know, your shot selection, your shot choice, camaraderie in a group situation. That, you know, it's not just about, oh, I went out and won a national title, I should be in the Australian side, you know, sort of. So it's not just a matter of winning games. You have to show other quality features that to make you deserved of being where you're going.
Well, it's an all-round approach, actually,
Yeah.
as we look at our representative from Victoria, Amanda Kerr, bowl on its way. She sort of sprayed them this end, and
If she gets in here, she might
just
No,
miss that
she's
line. But look,
just
she gave
heading.
herself a chance, and it's not a big deficit. I would still
think
imagine she's only gone 2 down.
Yeah.
2 shots here, and I wouldn't be surprised to see our marker, Nicole, to support that. But look at the gallery, Stephen.
Yeah.
Lots of people here.
Yep. I was
Lots of interest.
inside before, and the people inside are up against the glass and everything, you know, sort of.
It's fabulous.
So, and you know, this is great for us because it's a weekday, people are at work, so people, you know, like I expect the final for the men's fours should have quite a good crowd this afternoon.
Well, we've got a measure. Then we've got the Battle of Henselite. The XGs taking on Taylor. And it does look like a 2 shots to Helen. And for the first time, she has taken the lead. She was not too far away, but momentum has shifted. Now, if she can we'll put another end in, that's 3 in a row. And 2 shots. We'll adjust our cameras. But I did have a shot there earlier on. Now, you can see the flag there, the teardrop flag. That's the Lake Macquarie City flag. Moving around just a little bit, the Australian flag to the right was also getting buffeted a little bit.
Yeah.
But we can see that the tactics of Helen, she's moved the mat around again, and I think she's either trying to keep Amanda off from finding her line without damaging her options too much, and Helen has sent a length that is just over a short to medium, and thank you, Nicole, for adjusting the kitty there, or the jack, and I'll just adjust my cameras as Helen is changing tactics and making me have to earn my earn my keep.
Yeah.
We'll adjust
Money well
that.
spent.
No, absolutely.
Actually, it was quite interesting during the break. I had a word to Amanda, and I said to Amanda, "Why did you play that last bowl on that last end?" And she said, honestly, she said, I went down and I had a look, and she said, I wasn't sure.
Oh, we discussed that, didn't we? Mention that.
Yeah.
And she put it almost exactly where it was.
Yeah. And
so in the end, she probably drew true, but you only needed one.
Yeah, she by the time she got back to the mat, she'd gone, the nerves had hit her, and she got, oh, I'm not sure if I've got it. And I didn't want to turn around and go back. So she said, I just bowled it, you know. So that was a very smart thing to do. And there she goes, she
and
just
that's
dropped
the
a
beautiful
bomb.
thing about sport. You have big chats with yourself.
Yeah.
And it hasn't happened often in the earlier, well, we've got Mr. Chalky.
Yeah.
So she's given it a chance. I would think that she's actually played away from the clubhouse with a bit more consistency. But look, no one's in double figures yet, so...
Yeah. And another thing with this, particularly with bowls, I've noticed, and I presume it's the same with a lot of individual sport, sometimes you can be your own worst enemy with your mental attitude, you know. You sort of start to doubt yourself, you second guess what your play options are, and sort of things aren't going right for you, and you've just sort of got to be strong enough to work through that and just look, it'll come, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, I can see that Amanda's asking the question, and Nicole has said it's a measure, and you can see there from the vision that it is close. From my naked eye, I'm favouring blue and white, but you know, I'm not there.
And there's a good example of Nicole. She's not prepared to make a call, so all
but
you do
what a
is you call
positive
the
bowl!
measure. Yep.
She's rocked it, and it's rocked back. So I actually think it's still a measure.
This sport can be so cruel.
It can be. And look,
sometimes.
in total different contrast. Helen looks down at her feet. She makes sure she's got her body square, head down, bowl very low, showing off her flexibility. and sends it off with a bit of a pendulum swing. So it's a bit like a golfer swing, muscle memory, good track. She's using the Taylor SRV size 3, but that's the side of the rink where the wind is coming from, and we are undercover, yet there is a gap of a couple of metres between the roof or the ceiling and the bowling green. So Nicola's having a look. I don't think there's any change. I wouldn't be surprised to say tape again.
Yeah.
And that is the indication.
And it's interesting to look at Helen's delivery, and for the people that are watching, they think, how can she see where she's bowling? But you develop your own delivery, and it becomes repetitive.
Well, look, in total contrast.
Yeah, exactly. She's,
where Amanda's eyes front, she's looking up. She's probably sighting the jack and the bowl, and she's let it go on the forehand.
Yep.
And the bowl there on the forehands is going into just not much of a crosswind, but it does tend to hang high.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised to see Helen on the backhand trying to just reach her bowl or perhaps land that bowl of her opponent, Amanda. That's just right of screen. And she's in great territory here, but that bowl should turn a little bit late with the SRV.
I think she might be a bit light on and weight.
She's got to send it.
No. Yep. And look, for the viewers that watching Helen bowl and going, how could she see it going? I can guarantee you she's looked up, she's looked at a line, she's picked a point, and she focuses on that point when she delivers. That's something I've worked very hard on with my delivery. And that if you get your delivery right, you're halfway there. That's so important to get your delivery right.
No, absolutely. Now, look, we may flip positions because I'm probably speaking a little bit louder just to make sure that Minnie can hear you, our viewers can hear you, but we're going to do musical chairs. You're right, just to move this way. I'm going to step up.
Where's the music?
There's no music.
But it's not musical chairs.
Now, Minnie, are you able to hear our co-commentator now?
Is that better? Yeah.
So, you just speak a little bit more gusto. He's a Queenslander. There's no problem with that.
Yeah, but you don't like what I yell out.
Oh, I do.
Hey, I can see that screen better, actually.
Now, tell me, we had some updates in the men's semi-final.
So in Rink 5, Brian is up on and is down to Andrew 11-10. And on Rink 2, George is 11 and Paul is 10. So there's a couple of close games there, as you would expect when you get down to this end of the field.
And that is a 2 shots. Obviously, Amanda, in us doing our little changeover, drew 2 shots. So we are all square at 9 apiece. Well, viewers, I hope you're enjoying what's in front of you. It's great to have Minnie here signing and being inclusive of this wonderful sport we call lawn bowls.
Yeah. I've got a question for you.
Whew, okay.
Now that I'm sitting here, do I get to press the buttons?
You just keep your hands in your lap. And if you do need to sign, I'll put you up next to Minnie and we can bring you there.
Oh, I just looked at that and I thought, I can press these buttons now.
Yeah, don't you press any buttons because I'll have to ring my technical support.
So Amanda's opted for the longish end again.
Yeah, she has, and I've got to adjust my cameras.
She's not far off tee to tee there.
There we go.
So she's obviously got a strategy against Helen. So...
And it's a good strategy. I like it when you bring in tactics.
It's so critical in the game of singles.
Well, there's execution.
Oh, I think that's going to pull up. That's pretty handy there.
I'll have to adjust our camera to try and bring in where those where that bowler's finished. All right, next bowl's on its way, and now we can see she's about a yard through, which is good home, effective bowl.
Our viewers here have a question.
That's a nice reply there from Helen. So she's probably about 8 inches behind the jack, off to the right.
And this girl now she's gone into an Australian shirt. No one's gone back to it. Does anybody know?
All right, this is a question, probably a technical question for our legend from Club Kiwana. There's been a change of playing attire. Was there any behind that, or was it a bit like tennis? They get a bit hot and sweaty and...
No, we just decided that we'd try and promote Deaf Bowls Australia, so we gave the option of the players in the finals of wearing an Australian shirt or not, and of course they all took that on board, and everybody here is just so proud to promote who we are and what we do. And
That's
like
fabulous.
I said earlier, it's all about awareness and getting us out there. And
I believe we are live streaming in the club as well, at Club Charlestown. So come on down. You meet wonderful people like Mr. Billy Baxter, and legend of Club Charlestown. But have a look at this. Doing brilliantly here.
yeah, so Amanda's had a lovely reply back with that. So
Well,
Speak up a little bit.
yep, Amanda's had a great reply with that. So here she comes back again. Oh,
Little bit-
that one stayed up. So
a
that
little
was
bit
good.
long, but that's not a problem. We'll try and just show you where that was, and we don't have anyone running the camera except me. So a steady hand on a little bit of a joystick, and there that bowl has come through. So it did finish about a bowl in front of the ditch.
Oh, Helen's going to be a little bit shy with this one.
And
yeah, that's. I mean, I don't.
I
mean
don't
to
know if Helen's not trying to get any steps up, because normally most people try and hit 10,000 steps, but she has not come to the head once. Where Amanda, a little bit more proactive in coming in looking at the head, and the rules of play do suggest that you can only come up after you've played your third bowl of 4.
Yes,
You can't
yep.
come up any earlier. That's why we have a marker who's of right of screen, Nicole Taylor in the Deaf Bowls Australia shirt. You can clearly see Lake Macquarie City. Thank you again to Club Charlestown and of course Gauchi Fitness.
In comes Amanda, and she's played another beautiful bowl.
And
That-
Deaf Bowls
Yep.
Australia. And you know what? It's time to bring out our dancing frog, because she's holding 2. So I hope you enjoy the character there. I've got lots of characters I can bring out, but I'm just keeping things very straightforward, particularly when we're innovative. I don't want to overcomplicate things.
Have you got a cane toad in a maroon shirt?
Oh, I'm sure you do. We are here at the Nationals, and I've been reminded a couple of times that the Queenslanders are the current NRL State of Origin champions. Well, look at this bowl coming.
Wow.
Wow. You know what? I'm going to reach up, and we're applauding. The crowd's gone crazy. Quality. Well, they're spoilt for choice here, but these two combatants, Amanda Kerr from Victoria Park and Helen Cruden, all the way from Orimba, well, she's only around the corner from the Central Coast, Orimba Leese RSL Bowls Club. So, Amanda's from Deer Park.
So they're going to go for the measure on this.
And I would think, well, I'm not going to call it. We haven't had an umpire call. Interesting to see that Helen now is measuring.
So I'd say if they can't agree, the next step is the umpire.
Yep. Now on carpet, we use a jack that is slightly heavier than a jack that is used on an outdoor green.
Yeah.
Why is that?
They're easy to go through the glass panels.
Oh, my dear. Can we have a new co-commentator, please? Where's Daniel Hill, the organiser of Club Charlestown?
No, look, I think it's just the carpet. You just get it to roll a bit further, you know.
Yeah, it's all about friction, right?
Yeah. So
So
Oh,
some carpets can run 17, 18 seconds. I was in Grafton on the weekend and that was flying, but here, undercover,
Yep.
the carpet does actually perform slightly differently in humid conditions or cooler conditions.
yep. We go to Sunshine Coast next year for the National Deaf Games, and the bowls section is at Mooloolaba, where their carpet runs 20 seconds at its slowest. So, and for those of you that don't understand what we're talking about when we say run 14, 15, 20, what they do is they roll a bowl from tee to tee and how long it takes to get. So obviously the quicker the green, the wider you've got to go out. The slower the green, the narrower you've got to go. So therefore it takes less it's very confusing at the start. It takes less time on a slower green than it does on a quicker green.
Well, it's a shorter distance to travel. However, these bowls are biased, unlike bocce. So you always try and have the smaller circle on the inside, but it's always a bit of a laugh when someone throws a wrong bias where they've got it around the wrong way. No, it's not funny.
I didn't do one yesterday.
Well, apparently the big barn threw a wrong bias. Normally you've got to shout the bar, isn't it?
No.
Well, it depends on where you are, who throws it.
Yeah. I know at Kawana we have a $1 so you got to put in $1 for every wrong
And
bias.
that obviously goes to a charity.
Yeah. And in Kawana, in their goodness, the club matches every $1 that goes into the tin. The club matches, and that goes to a charity.
Terrific.
So,
well, as we were talking about you throwing a wrong bias yesterday, that was not proven.
It wasn't my fault.
Amanda tried to stretch out the jack and try to go tee to tee, which on this green, is that about a maximum of 40 metres almost?
36 it should be, I think.
36 metres. And the minimum length is the size of a cricket pitch. The length of a cricket pitch.
21 metres.
21 metres.
Actually, if it's a 36 metre green, it'll be 32 metres, and your minimum length is 21 metres.
So there are tactics in throwing longer or throwing short, and at the moment
absolutely.
Helen has decided my short game, I believe I can beat Amanda, or at least this point in the game I'm able to do that. It was only a 1 point shot difference there, so I will make sure we update that. So we're 10-9, and very shortly we will have an update on the men's National Deaf Bowls semi-final.
I'm actually quite surprised. I haven't seen the whole of the week, actually, many players, if any, in the fours and singles going to minimum length. So,
well, the green speed here, as you mentioned, very kind, 14 to 15 seconds. Sometimes it can be close to 19 seconds, so it's not unusual for bowls to collide if they're coming from the other side. Because what's the width length of the rink? Because on this green, we have maybe 6 or 7 rinks
4
on
metres.
one green.
4 metres.
4 metres.
Yep.
And you can probably see in the background there are orange pegs.
Yep. And
And that just makes sure that when we're playing, we don't have collisions and we can have games going concurrently.
also, if you get a bowl, if a bowl they think is out, they get the umpire to check, and they can put a mirror down and they can see if the bowl is in the confines of the pegs, any part of that bowl, then the bowl is still in play. But if it's outside the confines of those pegs, then it's out. Look, bounds.
Bowls is a very straightforward game. There are 2 things you've got to get right. Your line and your weight.
Yep. And
Easier
most
said
men
than
can't
done.
do 2 things at once.
Well, look at me. I've got 6 things going on at the moment. I mean, I was apparently going to be signing as well, but thank goodness Minnie's here. So thank you, Minnie.
So Amanda comes up and has a look again.
And that's about tempo as well.
Yeah.
She's trying to control the game speed, so maybe a little bit of gamesmanship, but that's what she does. So why change a good formula? She's in the final.
Yeah. And again, it's just a matter of taking the element of doubt out of her mind so that she walks back to the mat. She's got a clear mind of what she's doing, what she needs to do.
For a power lifter, because we spoke about another sport that she plays, she's got a great temperament.
Yeah.
I wouldn't go pocket rocket yet, because if she hears that too often, she's going to come and thump me. But I always laugh when I actually say to my mate, Moose is his name, good weight. He says, oh, that's for the first time in my life because he's a heavy-set gentleman.
Yeah.
And he goes, I'm normally not good with my weight. So it's a play on words.
Yeah.
So I really try and you can't
Yeah.
win sometimes.
And, you know, maybe Amanda overthought that one. She's pulled up short. She obviously didn't want to be too heavy on that. Didn't want to risk trailing Jack across the Helen.
So I'm interested to see that Helen is coming on. Well, I thought she was coming on the backhand, but I'm not. We've made that mistake a couple of times.
Not a bad ploy. If she trails the Jack back, she's got 2. But she really had no choice. It was much more open on that hand. But unfortunately, that wasn't to be. So I think Amanda has picked up 1, maybe.
Well, the mat has been handed over. However, Amanda did come down and have a look,
Yeah.
but Helen wasn't there. So they will come and have another look just to make sure that one shot, and it is. So we have well, I wouldn't say it's a mini break because that's discussions in tennis. But a 2-shot margin is very doable. It's when it gets over 4 or 5. We are, remember, only playing to 21 up. So Amanda has 10 shots to get, where Helen's got 12.
Yeah.
So it's still anyone's game as they. And we mentioned there's no time limit, so this game could be played reasonably.
That's why I had lunch.
I know, but a normal game of singles for 21 up, 2 hours.
2 hours, 15 minutes normally. That's the general rule of thumb.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. Like last night we timed out, and that's the first time I've ever timed out in a game of singles.
So what does that mean, timed out? What happened?
We hit our 2 hours, 15 minutes.
So it was whoever was leading.
Yeah, 1. Wow. And unfortunately, it wasn't me.
What was, just for point of reference, because I wasn't there, what happened then? Were you a couple behind? Were you conscious of the time?
I got to the front, and I knew, started to have a little look at the watch, and I knew what time we had to be finished by. And I actually tried to slow the play down.
I was going to suggest that, and that's perfectly legal.
Yeah. And in hindsight, I went back to the unit where we're staying last night, and I thought, if I'd have not done that, if I'd have done this, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. And
coulda, woulda, shoulda. I like that.
Yeah, it was a brilliant game of bowls. I like to do a little bit of a post-mortem of what I did, why I did it, how I did it, and that type of thing. So just helps me keep that in the memory bank for when I next play. And yeah, I thought I played very well. To come back from 16-9 down to lead 18-16, I was very, very happy with that. But congratulations to Peter. He bowled a cracker bowl in his last bowl, and he did. Here we are. So,
well, the thing about Peter, he then got knocked off in the game this morning.
Yes. So, but no, that's the game of bowls, and just. It doesn't matter whether you win, lose or draw, as long as you're enjoying the game and you're having fun and you're in good company, that's what it's all about.
Terrific, as we've got maybe another touch of just missing.
Not quite.
Tell me, Foxy, obviously with being deaf, or can you just tell us a bit about what's your experience? And have you got some hearing in the left ear, or are you totally
deaf in my right ear, and I've got 30% left in my left ear.
So where are you classified then for law?
AU2. I'm AU2.
AU2.
Yeah.
Is that where the majority of players fall?
I've never really looked at the percentages, but surprisingly, you would think most of them. But there is quite a number of AU1s. There's quite a few people I know would think we've got 3 or 4 Queensland players down here that are AU1. They can play in this tournament, but they're not eligible to go to international. So
okay,
yeah.
So when you go back to your club, you were talking about before you may take is it a cochlear implant or hearing aids, or what? Why do you do that?
Well, I've never played without my hearing aid, and just to play it, there's no background noise. There's just you and the bowl. There's no outside interference.
Wow.
And
does that mean the other senses?
Why haven't I been doing this longer? It's
okay.
I found it so easy to keep my train of thought right.
Wow.
And I guess when I first played on Sunday in our first game of fours, I was looking around a bit because I'm not used to not knowing what's going on. But once I worked out, hey, I don't need to worry about that, then yeah, it was good. I quite liked it.
Well, you live and learn, all about life experience, and you can see from the bowl from Helen, if you've missed your line with that breeze that's coming across the green, and as you're watching, viewers, from left to right, you generally will cross the head. Okay.
So Amanda's got to be careful here. Yep, she's playing. She doesn't want to be too close to disturb the head. Her ideal scenario here is she's looking to get a bowl in front of those two orange bowls. She's just going to be shy, which is another metre, and she would have had a really good bowl. So what Helen will be doing now, she'll be looking to come down on the forehand, touch Amanda's bowls. She's got two catches in those orange bowls behind the jack. So she's looking at trying to make two shots out of 2 down to 2 up.
Well, viewers, I can see the track. If she's got the right weight, she's going to be close, but that bowl may cut just in front. Quite a difficult shot to play, because had she had another metre away, it would have been the right bowl.
I think just a little bit of shy weight, that little bit of breeze that started to come up just pushed her across a bit early. But
well,
it's still early days. There's a long way to go yet.
There is, and I don't know if you're superstitious, but Amanda's on 13. Are you superstitious? Because always when I'm playing lawn bowls, there's always a joke. Oh, you've got you on 13 now. Good luck with getting off that. I know as soon as I get on 13, I want to get off it. Are you in that way inclined?
No, not at all.
You just bulldoze straight through it.
Yep.
Tell me, what do you like about bowls? Whether you're hearing impaired, deaf, able-bodied, what brings you to this wonderful sport?
The people you meet, it's all about the atmosphere, and it's a sport that you can pretty much go and play, practice, do whatever you want to do every day of the week.
So you don't need to be a champion of a previous sport?
And this is one of the greatest things. I actually played against the Australian Open. I played against a guy from Victorian in the Australian Open, and he said to me, if I played tennis, I could never play against Roger Federer or Novak Djokovic.
Yes.
We had Leese in our section, one of Australia's top bowlers at the moment. So we played against Leese, and
who bowls for the Raymond Terrace Bowling Club?
Yeah, and
in this region?
You can play against Omar, the goat, Aaron Sheriff. You can play against Barry Lester, Corey Wedlock. And sort of. Yeah.
Or in the women's side, Karen Murphy, who's the GOAT, or the greatest of all time, in my opinion. And I can tell you, Australia are very well spoken for in able-bodied bowls, both the men and the women, and in para bowls.
Yeah.
And in deaf bowls. And in 2027, we're going to have those countries here. How exciting for you.
Yep. At the moment, we're looking at between 6 and 9 countries being represented. So
from here, is this the only selection that you're going to have to get into the national side, or what? It's the only one?
The only one.
Wow.
Yep.
Pressure?
No pressure. No pressure. I've been taught to deal with pressure, though. No pressure. Yeah.
So coming from a person who has got a sister who's deaf in one ear, an uncle who I'm used to having those old squeaky hearing aids, because we're at dinner in the 1980s and there's noise.
Yeah.
What about your life experience in being a deaf person? Any hiccups, any challenges, any things that you've had to face? I wouldn't say close to discrimination, but because just tell us, obviously, because people in the deaf community watching might be able to relate.
Yeah. Look, I've just tried to live my life as a normal person, and yes, you do cop a little bit of banter against you. There is some negativity against you and all that, but you sort of learn to deal with that. You brush that aside. As you get older, you work out what's right and what's wrong, and what's real and what's not real, and who's genuine and who's not genuine. And all of my life, I've just tried to be a normal person that can't hear
I love
properly.
that word normal just
Yeah.
quietly because I'm so normal and perfect. They broke the mould after they made me. That's why Mum and Dad had another 7 to try and get it right.
And since I've come on board with the Deaf Bowls community, I've just embraced it with open arms, and it's just a fabulous thing. You know, it's just so great to be a part of.
Well, I'm rapt that I'm sitting next to the fox, the silver fox. I can't really tell under that cap if there's much
there's
going
no
on there.
silver there. No. There's not much there at all.
We might call you the Q stick, but we'll see how we go. But let's keep it nice.
Yes, yes.
Because you haven't hit me yet, and you're a bit broader than me. But let's focus on the attention with these ladies
Helen's
in the
come
national
back.
final.
I think she's holding. She might be holding 1, maybe.
Well,
Hard to say with the angles and the distances from where we are.
It's time for Helen to try and execute. She's reaching.
She's gone through.
Well, they've both got another bowl each. Let's just try and draw that angle back on the monitor. We will... Well, look, ladies and gentlemen, you are watching the National Deaf Bowls Championships. Thank you to Deaf Bowls Australia. You can see from the signage there, great support from Deaf Sports Australia, and was sponsored by the Lake Macquarie City. We also have a big thank you to Club Charlestown and also Gouchy Fitness, but also West Coast Bowls. Very appreciative. Look, we will try and bring you some updates. Our help has disappeared. Where's he gone? But I'm sure we'll bring him here in a moment. Minnie's doing a great job. Now, Minnie, you probably can't tell us, but if you could sign, how long have you been interpreting?
Just over a year, actually.
Just over a year. And we can actually hear you, which is great. What brought you into signing?
My parents are deaf.
Your parents
So
are
I was
deaf.
born signing all my life.
Wonderful. Were your parents born deaf?
Yeah, both my parents were born deaf.
Wow.
That's right.
Congratulations. I had two neighbours that lived down the road, and they had 3 children, both born deaf. And that was my first introduction because they spoke differently to me because of their language. Now, Michael was telling me that I sound like a minion with his cocula. And you notice that he probably spoke a little bit louder than my co-commentator now, where he actually had to almost have earplugs in with Michael speaking, which wasn't a problem. And I'm sure they heard him at Mayfield, where you live. But here we go.
Helen's just gone in. I think she's just gone in a little bit heavy. Oh, I don't know. It's hard to
I'm
say
just
with
going
the
to bring
angles
that
there.
angle
Yeah.
down. But thank you, Minnie, for your time.
By the look of that, I think Helen might be holding with that front bowl on the left.
But also that back bowl on the right. You know, this could be a close measure
Yeah.
where it could be one shot either way or 2 shots.
Yeah.
Thank you, Minnie. Minnie's having a mini break. No, that's okay. Once again, I think the tape's going to come out. I need to, over a break, I'm going to try and get a little caricature that has a tape. You know, we've got Mr. Chalky, and he came out at the Nepean Highlanders Singles Championships, and the Dancing Frog came out up at a championship up at Coffs Harbour at Park Beach at the Phoenix Pairs. So we've got lots of things. And when I first started, and it is a one shot.
One shot to Amanda.
Amanda.
Yep.
And my 4th time broadcasting, we bring out the L plates. I'm actually going to get a P plate because I think I might have graduated. But how's driving when obviously, I don't know, when you're obviously hearing impaired or deaf?
Yeah.
You obviously clearly don't hear people putting their hand on the horn, but obviously they've got cochlears in, have you? Or
No, just a hearing aid, and it's like I said, I've just tried to live as perfect and normal life as I can, and it just, I guess, the best way to put it is, we just get more hoops and to jump through to get where we need to go. You know.
Have you ever played up with it? you know, and stirred a bit with your mates and all those sorts of things, like you can hear, but you didn't tell them about like little stories like that?
Now that I know that the streaming's on inside the club, I'm worried the volume's there because my partner's sitting in there, and I don't want to give too much away.
That's all right, my friend. Absolutely.
So, Amanda's got a bit of a break here. She's out to 14.9. So
Okay.
things are starting to get... Helen's got to the point now where she really needs to get something going and make something happen. So
we've had a finish.
Yep. So Brian...
to the men's semi-final.
Brian
and what's
has,
the result there?
Brian has won his game. So
Brian won his game over Andrew, both from New South Wales.
And
21 shots
15
to 15.
Yep. So the other two gentlemen are still going, and it's 11-10 to George. So Paul's making a bit of a comeback there. So I see they're flicking 3 of Paul's bowls out, and they're measuring for 4 by the look.
Michael's just communicating with us. There might not be a result.
Yep, they're signing the cards. It's
They
done.
are signing the
Yep.
cards. So
Yep.
no controversy here at the National Deaf Bowls Championships. One completed. We've got a score of 14-9. Victoria over our New South Welsh player Helen from the Central Coast. Bowl's on its way. She bowled a very good bowl with her first. Can she repeat it?
She's not given up without a fight. Oh, she just
and this
needed
has
a little
been the
touch.
difference. The grouping, clearly on the result, Amanda has had bowls that are closer.
Yeah.
Where Helen has had 1 out of her 4. And she hasn't really had her first bowl close. So let's see the pressure. You can see on the screen that 1 bowl close, Amanda hasn't been able to convert. Let's see with bowl number 3.
This is what I say about pressure. Every end changes. The
She's on a
pressure
good
level
track.
changes.
Will
She's
she
coming
pick up
in,
the jack?
and that will be maybe not shot bowl.
I think she might have just gone through, but a lot better correction.
That she's now put pressure back onto Helen because Helen now knows that she's only holding 1,
Yes.
and Amanda's in a very good position if Helen gets any sort of contact with the jack where she is. So
Well, Helen here setting up as she would with the rest of the process, a bit like a goal kicker or taking a putt on a putting green.
she's coming wide.
But I like this because this is the wide hand with the breeze coming in.
Yep.
Look at this finish. The
Just
SRV,
gonna-
just a shame she didn't have the correct weight.
Yeah.
And she'll look to improve on that.
So that bowl that Helen's just put down, that straight away cast doubt into Amanda's mind because she's got to get under that or around that or
Well,
whatever.
Amanda has
but she doesn't want to touch that bowl. So
drawn the attention of the marker. And guess what? She's on the walk again.
yep.
Have you got any habits in bowls that you tend to do that you go back to process like yesterday when, you know, the time was starting to come into it? Because obviously you're very well coached.
Yeah, my process is on my delivery and my pre-delivery. I have a system where I've worked with Barry and we've come up with a system that
So sorry,
works for
this
me.
is Barry Lester,
Barry
who's an
Lester.
ex-Jackaroo.
Yep.
Was one of the best bowlers in the world. Now he's come to Club Kawana where you're at.
Yep.
So you're getting some good guidance.
Yeah, and basically from when the bowl touches my cloth to when I deliver is roughly 18 seconds. We timed it, we worked out a
Wow.
routine, and then we just work on that, and that's my go-to zone. Once that bowl's touched my cloth, nothing else matters. I've got my shot made up in my mind. I know where I'm going to go, and it's just hit the cloth, bowl, hit the cloth, focus, get on the mat and do the job.
Besides spending time with your wife, it sounds like bowl's your happy place. With a cracking bowl coming through and she's just missed.
Yeah.
And I've done
Yeah.
this once before, but at the moment there's a trombone sound with the wah, 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 wah sound, which just means so close, but you may as well missed it by a postcode.
You're a hard man.
Yeah, but I'm a fair man. And I would only play it at Deaf Bowls Australia because they can't hear it.
I mean, when I first started work with Caitlin Inch, she said, "What do you want? What do you want them to do?" You know, and I said, "Look, I want a mechanical delivery like you guys, the upper level players have. You know, every delivery is the same, and I've worked really hard on that. Made some supple changes throughout the process, but now we've got something now that I think, for me, it's working very well. So yeah, I think I've found my sweet spot on that. So yeah.
So Helen has scored a one shot, and as all good things, well, we've got an update. All good things in a final, you want to get to at least double figures. Which is the first thing, to get on the board and then get to double figures. But what has our president from Deaf Bowls Australia handed you?
I've got the scorecard from the Paul Webster and George Ravelich game. Now, Paul's come from behind and he's actually beaten George 21-15.
So we've got another result. Let me have a look at that card, though. I actually would like to see the consistency of the ends. Wow. So they actually played 21 ends to get a score of 21-15. So that's interesting.
Yeah.
Couple of multiples, couple of singles.
Yeah.
But Paul came back. He was actually down and then was able to get a 4 to finish.
So it's interesting here. Helen's gone back to a short to medium end, I'd say. She's about 4 metres in from the tee, and I can see why she's done that. That's a great bowl.
Well, Amanda's been a lot more consistent in stretching things out, where, and that's tactics, that's in singles.
That's exactly. And, you know, like the goal when you play singles is you get the mat so you play your length, you know. But in saying that too, you also look at if your opponent is struggling on a short end, then you play short ends. If they're struggling on a long end, you play long ends. As long as they're struggling and you're not, you use that to your advantage.
So the tactics today, it's a crosswind. But how's things playing in a head and a tailwind? Because there can be a lot of difference in speed, can't it?
Yeah. I'm sitting here and noticing the wind is actually starting to swirl around here a little bit.
Well, it bounces off so many structures.
Yeah, so you've sort of got to be mindful of that. But it's not something, you know, like you really know what you want to bowl and where you want to bowl it to. So I wouldn't say at the moment the wind would change the shot options of the players, but it may mean just a slight adjustment in line and length.
And that's what we talk about in lawn bowls. Line is the direction and length is the weight, how hard you actually deliver the bowl.
Yeah.
And as we can understand, scoreboard pressure, it's still very close, 14-10, and we're trying to first to 21. So trying to take that out of your game, I just look, after a long day of lawn bowls, I'm more emotionally tired and mentally drained than I am physically at times.
I 100% agree. One of the things Caitlin said to me when I started working with her is, we're going to get you to play in more tournaments to get you experience.
To get you harder, to get you ready, to get you exposed to that.
If you think for 25 ends straight and concentrate, that's harder than walking 25 ends and playing bowls for 25 ends, because your mind's not trained to be doing this like this, you know. And that's, you can understand why the Jackaroo players and the Para players at that top level are why they are, because they work on that, they become accustomed to that, and it's sort of, they play in those conditions, sort of. So,
well, Mr. Toucher, now what happens, and we'll explain this for the viewers at home, Minnie, is when a player's bowl touches the white thing called the jack, it gets a piece of chalk on it. And what that means is if that bowl goes into the end of the green, into the ditch or the bank, that bowl stays in play. If it doesn't have a chalk mark on it, it is removed from the green and is out of play.
Yep.
Just another little part of the game. Now, you talk about being battle-hardy and condition, as Helen puts in another good bowl, and I don't know if it still might be only one, is, as we see, Amanda's coming there, but Minnie's doing her first ever stream here for the Deaf Bowls Australia. And she's got to have a couple of breaks because I can imagine signing or interpreting for a long period of time could be quite exhausting too. But she's been doing it since she was born. So, terrific.
And we have the luxury of sitting down. She's got to stand up for the camera.
Well, I actually can lower the camera on Thursday if Minnie was here, and we could make her comfortable. But
Yeah.
she can have breaks.
So Amanda's gone up to have a look now. She's got player options now. She's just saying in her mind, right, I'm going to play the forehand. She's either going to be looking for the jack or looking for her bowl. Now, she needs to be very precise with this because she doesn't have a lot of margin.
I like her line. It's just got to come in.
I think she might be a little bit heavy on the weight. No, it's coming in. It's coming in. Oh dear. That was so unlucky.
So she got the edge of the bowl where she needed to probably hit it more.
Yeah. She just need a little bit more solid contact.
So I would say that was an inch difference.
Yeah. Yep.
But the thing is, an inch difference up the other end is a centimetre from where you let it go.
That's right.
So there's not a lot of margin for error. And you mentioned that.
Yeah.
But at least the ball went through. She didn't make it fall short, and she gave it a chance.
Yeah.
Now, it looks like it might only be one.
Yep.
So Helen is bringing that margin back.
So it's back to 3 now. So she's got
She's
two back.
actually had 2 ends back to back now.
Yep.
The momentum, could it shift? Her first bowl now is so important.
Yep.
And it actually starts with the length of the jack that she throws. So she puts the mat down. Now, if you can explain, what's that mat for? What's going on there?
That is your stand zone. That's where you legally must be. You must have 1 foot on or above the mat when you deliver.
Now, we may have some viewers that go, hang on, I've slowed it down and seen people come off that mat, particularly people who are using an arm or a stick.
Yep.
We won't talk about that at the moment.
No.
But it's just a reference point.
It is, and what it means is both bowlers or all bowlers bowl from the same point, so there's no unfair advantage, and you're all basically bowling the same length, so to speak. So, and that's another thing, like I know a lot of bowlers don't use the mat. I move across the mat. Depending on what line I want to what shot I have to play.
So we're talking about the trajectory.
Yep.
So the mechanics, I have a sports science degree, so I get friction.
Yep.
But for example, if you're bowling into a crosswind, if you change where you are, the trajectory of your bowl can either come under the wind or around the wind or go straight into the wind, and it can change how the bowl finishes.
Yeah. And Helen just dropped another lovely bowl in there. And also...
Correct. We mentioned that. First bowl's so important.
Yeah. And I know what line my bowls take, and I know where I need to go to get. So if I've got a bowl that's blocking me from my normal position on the mat, if I move 6 inches across the mat, then that might give me the room that I need to get my bowl in to get the shot. So...
And as we saw, an inch or a centimetre can mean the difference.
Yeah.
So... Helen, she's got into double figures. She's only 3 down. She probably, and look, there is a saying in lawn bowls, if you're bowling 2 bowls only and you're a lead, you want 1 on, which is what she's done, and 1 behind, because in the majority of cases, that white jack normally travels backwards.
Yep.
You don't see it going forward. So you want your bowl to be in play.
Yep.
So where she's finished... just needed to be a fraction quieter, but look at this bowl here from Amanda. She's bowling from left to right on the screen where that breeze is just making that bowl turn a little bit
through. And those
through.
Hanselite XGs, they do like to turn, so...
All right, what we got is, I think your Mr. President would like to speak with you, so I'm going to turn your microphone down. We're going to bring you back in play because we've got the men's semi-finals already done. The ladies are going brilliantly, and we might give Minnie a bit of a break, and we'll reconvene, but I'm going to keep going with the stream. So go and have a chat to the boss.
You need the fixed list for the food. They said, one said he gave it to you.
Yeah, in my backpack, my laptop backpack.
What colour is it?
black. It's on the table near my bowls bag in front of the coolers.
Amanda,
Back
the
pocket.
bowl on its way.
That up, and it's in a grey.
A 14-11 scoreline, and she got a little bit of a fortunate result there. Let's have a look on the replay. Here the bowl comes down. We've tried to change the camera around to try and get the shot. And there it comes through. Look at that. She sits the bowl,
Oh, wow.
lands the other
What
one.
a lovely
so
shot.
we're going to go cop that, and away we go. So what a bowl. Here we go. We're back to the action. And that's about playing. Oh, mate, he's touched the controls. He's done brilliantly.
I'm all over this.
You're not only handsome, you're intelligent.
I'm all over this like calamine lotion.
Well, I can tell you. Listen, YouTube Live Sports, we might have a new broadcaster coming from Kawana, but listen, I tell you, when I move up to your area, I mean, as I said, I'm moving up that way, and I will be there in July. We'll have to reconvene. Maybe get Barry Lester on the microphone, because he's no short of a word.
No.
Oh, look at
this for a bowl. Look at this for a bowl.
And the crowd have actually, literally, gone crazy. But that's just to let you know that she's got a toucher.
Yep.
She's got a cop that. And I want to get on the springboard to try and minimise your margin and maximise my ability to win this game at 16-11. And our marker's doing a great job.
So the pressure now has really come back onto Helen. She's just got to get aggressive. She can't,
Well, that execution from Amanda was brilliant.
Yeah.
And I got one of the two replays that I wanted to see, but let's see. Think she's going to stretch it out, or is she going to maybe go,
I think she'll go long.
Well, the mat's on the tee.
Yep, I think she'll go long.
Which is at the 2 metre mark, for those people who don't know what the 2 metre mark is.
Yep, I think by the look at that, she's going long.
I'll show you. That's where it is. It's 2 metres from the ditch. And if I go up just a little bit higher, and I've gone lower, a lot of spectators there. Look at this.
She's probably...
Give us a wave. I mean, no, you can't hear us in the clubhouse.
She's a metre and a half off the ditch.
Plenty of people coming through. Let me call up my... Oh, there it is. And away she goes. All right, yep.
Yeah, Amanda's just had a little bit of a misjudge there on the length, and she's about a metre and a half short.
Not a bad effort. It's significant there, but guess what it's made maybe to happen? Helen's had to change her hand.
Yeah.
She's gone the other way.
And another thing is, sometimes it's always good to have the mat. You set the tone of the length that you play, but it also means that your opponent's got the last bowl. So that, from your point of view, can maybe not be a good thing. But what also, it puts pressure back on your opponent because they have the last bowl.
Yes.
Especially if they need to chase it, if they're a shot down or something. So it's funny how the pressure shift is in this game on bowl to bowl.
Well, there used to be a time, Foxy, that I used to remember that if you won the end, you had the option to give the mat away and always have last bowl. And if the person was great with conversion shots, you could never get them,
Yeah.
get on the scoreboard.
Yeah. So
All right, Helen
Amanda's
looks like
dropped
she's
the
persisting
second one short.
with that
Yeah.
forehand. She needs to give it a little bit more courage. She has sent it, coming into shot.
That'll be good enough for shots.
That is good enough. I'm going to give you not the cop bat, but I'm just going, listen, I'll need a bit of flow. Away she comes. But what can the power lifter from Port Arlington? It's not. She's from Deer Park. This is Amanda Kerr. My apologies. Both from Victoria, though. I don't know how close they are in a...
Oh, she's overcooked that one.
But I'd imagine why she's done that. See those two bowls coming in on the right-hand side? There's a big gap there, so she was probably looking to convert on that. So, Helen needs to get this bowl behind the head. You can see that the flag's blowing a little bit, but she needs to reach because Amanda's played her card. I'm going to be playing through the head again.
Yep.
And she has. And she's grouped well because she hasn't given Amanda much of an option. Now, if I was playing and I was Amanda, I'd be going straight at those 2 bowls, but there's a gap.
I'd just be looking at, she's already put 2 bowls out there on the backhand, so she's got a window to come in through. So all she needs to do is a metre more weight on those first 2 bowls, and she's got the shot. So, but
Are you surprised to see who come to the head again?
No. And look, it's something that I guess doesn't get encouraged enough for players to do. A lot of people say that it's time wasting, but you know, if you're on the
It's
mat,
in the rules.
it's your privilege.
She's allowed to do it.
Yes, exactly. If it's your mat, then that's your choice of what you want to do. So,
I'm just going to try and put in the men's semis as we look at the option there, because we haven't found out quite where they might be able to find the results, but we'll let you know, because obviously if you missed the coverage or you've come in late, we want to make sure there's a visual imprint. This is what the shot looks like from our current leader. She's lining up. She is on the backhand. She's let it go, and she has definitely given it a chance again. That bowl is turning early. She's looking for contact onto hers.
she didn't need that. She just needed to be outside hers, but I think she might have done enough.
The shot.
I think she might have done enough. Yeah, she was an inch away from that being a good bowl.
So on the mat, it looks like Helen's changing hands.
Yeah.
And she is, because she needs to find that jack high bowl.
Yep, she's going to use that window that's up there.
Let's see her line. Oh, she's just missed the direction.
Tight.
And that's where the pressure of bowls, but she reached with positive weight. She got a fortunate result. However, look, did she play for that? No, but she got a favourable result because she was in the area.
And another thing that's going through the back of the ladies' mind at the moment is this is a national championship. This is a gold medal. You know, this is all at stake. It's all or nothing, you know, and as much as you try and blank that out, there's still this little mechanism in the back of your mind, you know, and that's what separates the good from the not so good. Is like if you saw Aaron Sheriff or Disco Wilson or Barry Lester or Corey Wedlock out here, this isn't pressure for them. This doesn't faze them. They're just so cool, calm and collected and calculated about what they do. And that's come from years and years and years of training, big game experience and everything like that.
So, viewers, I believe it's a 17-11. Once again, a big shout out to Club Charlestown. We've got a huge gallery of spectators here for a Tuesday. They've come out to support maybe their loved ones or club mates or just coming down to have a look. We've got a lot of people rolling up behind us. There are 2 greens here. Tomorrow there will be pairs, and we're all the way through to, is it Friday?
Friday.
With championships. So, once again, Amanda's put the mat on the tee, which is the maximum distance, throwing the jack probably about a metre from the maximum length, and that is a terrific bowl, because she now only needs 4 shots, and as our dancing frog suggests, I'm on easy street. Not quite. Poker face time. So, Foxy, you're in Helen's shoes. What's she got to do? Obviously get another bowl closer, right?
Well, the first thing I think she's got to do is concentrate on.
What an effort!
What a great reply. I mean, your first thing is you've got to stop leaking numbers. The ideal scenario is you need to get that mat back and let you put the game back in your control about what you want. And judging by the way Amanda's playing long ends, she definitely needs to go short ends. If I was Helen and I was confident, I would try and get the mat back and go minimum distance.
As she has been doing?
Yeah, I mean short minimum distance, absolute 21 metres, because I think the reason that long end suit Amanda is she's a bit of a weighted player, and some of the shorter ends she has followed. She has gone through by a metre or two or three.
Well, look at the
So-
consistency here.
Yep.
She's got actually good grouping with
Yep.
what you want. Okay, Helen Cruden. She's classified AU2. She has an over 55 decibel in her good ear. She's using the Taylor SRV size 3. And she just hasn't backed up, and that's
No.
the consistency.
Yep.
The difference
Yep.
on the scoreboard is the consistency.
This is, and consistency comes from pressure. How you deal with pressure, how you put yourself under pressure, your opponent puts you under pressure.
Well, it's
And-
interesting because Amanda's got no sunglasses on. We can see the expressions.
Yep.
Where Helen's got the sunnies on, the cap over the eyes. You can't actually think or see what she's feeling.
Yeah. And Amanda's put one round the back, which is a good ploy. You know, she's got coverage in the back, she's got coverage on the jack. So
This is a very
Helen's
positive
coming
bowl
in.
here. She
She
needs.
doesn't want to hit the. Oh, it fell out. I don't
I
think that's changed. I
believe-
think she was still holding.
She could have been
one.
holding shot, but she look. If you're down, you have to reach.
Oh, she's got to go for it now. You know, she needs to get numbers back up.
Now, if you're looking at the championships here in 2 years' time, there's only one spot for the singles.
Yeah.
So would the winner, you would think the national champion,
It'll come down to who's selected on what. But yeah, look, certainly the winner would be.
it does push your
would
case
be the
forward,
would,
doesn't
would, it would be the prime candidate.
Oh,
But
wow.
It,
She might try to go straight out here if she can secure another 4, but she can't because she's already bowled that.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Look, at
Strike
best,
that.
at best, she's holding one. But yeah, like I said earlier, you know, there's numerous things that the selectors are looking at as for us to be selected in the squad. So
we could have a weighted shot here.
I would.
She's definitely moved
I
on
would.
her forehand,
Yep.
and it's on its way. Don't know. She's given it
She's
enough on that
tracking
line.
well. Oh no, she just needed another metre or two of weight.
It did look
Yeah.
like that she was going to give it a little bit more. So, from your eye
I'm thinking Amanda's got one.
to that front bowl, the other two won't count, but only even if she got 3 shots, she's not through.
No.
Now we know Helen is a fighter because she was in an arm wrestle in the semi-final, and we can't actually tell from her facial expressions
I think we're going one
on
on the
whether
measure.
she's cool, calm and collected or there's steam coming out her ears.
Oh, there's
Hey,
two.
This is interesting. She's
And
saying
Amanda
2
says
only.
no.
but
I'm going to measure for 3.
Amanda,
I mean,
as expected,
I like that because
Now
Amanda's showing a bit of
she's not
aggression
praying.
here. Yeah.
She's not praying,
No.
but she's showing
Yep.
dominance on the rink. There's
Yep.
a significant presence.
Yep. You call 2. No, I want to check that. I'm going to make sure it's 2. So it was 2. Yep.
All
So
right.
she's not far off now. And unfortunately for Helen, she's now 7 behind or 8 behind, I think.
But the hardest shot to get is that final one.
Yeah.
It's a bit like in a tie break in tennis.
Yeah.
And they
yeah.
start serving double faults and they haven't served one. All right, viewers.
And that's where the mind can come into play, and it can tease you and all sorts of things. You know, this is where the mental side of this game is something that not a lot of people work on.
So guess what? Repeat. Well, what we say in my terms is rinse and repeat. So that means we're going to do the cycle again.
Yeah.
So she's put the mat on the tee.
Yep.
She's throwing the jack
And-
all the way down the other end, close to 36 metres,
Yep.
and gone, I'm doing this well.
Yeah. And why wouldn't she when Helen is appearing to be struggling on the longer ends? She's playing to her strength and her opponent's weakness. So,
Well, we've got a 1911. Could it be a Victorian victory?
and that's not an ideal start. So,
No, but it's something to work on.
yeah. We've seen both players. They've come up with a short one or a long one, but then.
So Helen, if she can bring one within about 2 feet, she might just make Amanda. But at the moment, she's missed her line, so that's going to go under.
Both players have really good correction, so...
Yeah, and that's what it's about, correction.
That's not a bad bowl from Helen, because now that's forced Amanda...
Well, she's going to have to maybe change hand.
Change hands, you know, so...
So when we talk about that, she's then got to change her direction and also how hard she throws it. So there's two things she has to change. Well, the only two
because now
things.
she comes onto the tighter side on this end, and
she's asking it to come back in, and she's slightly high.
She hasn't been playing a lot of forehand. She's really stuck with the backhand.
Still a pretty good
enough
execution.
for shot, to hole shot, and it's not a bad home.
And because she's throwing the maximum length, I now have to just go to my camera person, Matt, which is me.
You do it so well.
Well, mate, I didn't need to worry about you. You were able to change the volume on the microphone, so thank you. But we're just trying to bring Amanda's bowling to shot. Well, I might have to just change...
Helen's
still out of shot.
I would say Helen's got shot there now.
Yep. I'm not going to try and bring into that bowl there at the moment, because Helen is holding one. She only needs to hold one, but she needs another 9 of them.
Yeah.
Here is a picture of concentration. Amanda Kerr from Deer Park. She sent the ball on its way. It's a good line. Has she got the weight?
Yeah. Oh, I think she just run through a bit too far. What Helen needs to do, Helen needs to get the jack back, and she really needs to say to herself, right, Amanda, if you want to win this, you're going to have to beat me, and you're going to have to do it on my terms.
There was a little bit of fist pump from Amanda there to her spectator friends, her support crew.
She knows she's close.
And it's terrific. I love seeing this camaraderie between our two bowlers.
Look at this for a bowl.
She does not want to touch the jack unless she goes with it.
Oh dear. No, she's given that away. But you know what? She had to go for it. She's got nothing to lose now and everything to gain, sort of.
Well, here's the situation. I believe she's only 1 down. Amanda has this shot to draw game, and Helen has to then save game. Let's see how it goes. From that trajectory, it is coming in. She's looking for the shot. If she picks up the jack, wow.
Yeah, probably.
I'm going to go to the replay there because you can see how close it was.
Yeah.
It was an inch.
Yeah.
And had she picked it up, it would have been extremely tough.
I think she might have been better off just trying to draw into that instead of thing. But, you know, like at the end of the day, we're not out there playing and we don't know what's going through their minds.
No.
I like that Helen's done that. She's got a bit aggressive on that and she's gone for it, you know. So she had no choice. She's got to go for it now.
Well, I believe... Well... Look, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring on that camera where that other bowl is. So excuse me while I move the camera for you. That is the difference.
She's only one up.
She's only one. So, viewers at home and my co-commentator here, I have seen bowlers get stuck with one shot to play and lose the game. I don't think it's going to happen here. I think the momentum is going through, but we'll see. I wouldn't want to wish that on her.
Let's just think back to the Queensland State Championship pairs. Jeremy Henry down 19-4, wins 20. They won by 2. He come back and won by 2.
Did you see Amanda? Even though clearly for us, but look, nervous energy. Your brain can make mistakes, so do it.
And this now is probably the most nervous point of the game because Amanda's thinking, I only need one. Now, one to Amanda at the moment is 100 miles away.
So,
And poor old Helen, she's thinking, I only need to get the mat back. That seems
well, you've
200 miles
You've got to
away.
micromanage.
Yeah.
Because if she thinks, I've got to get 10 shots.
Yeah.
Huh.
No, all she needs to do is get one shot, get the mat back, and then just start.
And
get in
look
the
at
grind.
the length,
Yep.
the repetition.
Yep.
Do I say
Yep.
a whirlpool moment,
Yep.
rinse and repeat?
Yeah, I would be stunned if she changed that, because this length is working so well for her, and I would have been really stunned if she'd have changed that length.
Well, I can tell you, Amanda has been so good with this rinse and repeat. I think she needs a washing machine or a dishwasher sponsor. So anyone out there?
And here we go. Look at this,
All right.
coming in.
All right,
coming
we're just
in,
trying to adjust.
Coming in.
That is a really good first bowl.
That's just put a lot of pressure on Helen.
Because Helen has been playing her forehand, so she now has to change.
Yep.
You can see she's adjusting her foot. She's gone on to the inside of the mat to try and send it. Well, she hasn't changed. Look at that. She's backed herself to draw around this or draw under it. She's close.
She's going to go under it.
How's she going to trail?
Oh,
wow.
what an absolute bomb.
That is an
What a
absolute
great bowl.
bomb.
What
Cop
a-
that.
yeah.
And we give her everything we can to bring in the cheer. Oh. Wow. I think she's just made a statement.
So she's just
I'm not going to give it to you.
She's just put pressure back on Amanda. We were talking about that one shot.
And Amanda's
but look at
changed
this.
hands.
Look at this. Look
Is
at
she
this.
going to guts it?
Oh, what? Wow. Anything you can do, I can do better.
Oh my goodness, I've got to do the same thing. And the crowd goes wild. Viewers, you are being treated to...
I guess if there's a downside on that shot from Amanda, it's opened the jack up for Helen to draw back into.
And once again, the ladies are on it. I have to change
Yep.
my cameras.
Oh.
Okay.
So,
There is 2 bowls each. Where does Amanda put this?
I think she's just got to draw. She's just got to draw. You know,
But perhaps not
and
put
just,
something jack high,
yeah, just
which
draw
means
in.
level with the
Yeah,
jack.
yeah, just draw in, put the pressure back on Helen. Not that Helen needs any more pressure than what she's got.
Well, they're playing the wider hand. Amanda is asking for this bowl to turn. She just hasn't got the weight correct. But that wind actually is, they're going straight into the wind on their forehand. So it's a bit of a headwind.
So that bowl comes into play now, because Helen's got to say, Helen will be thinking to herself, can I get around that?
I don't
can
think
I
that
get
was a
under
deliberate
that?
blocker.
No.
But she's going to have to come
yeah,
under it and then miss that front bowl.
She's changed hands now.
I would suggest that
Oh,
that's a
she's
reason
had a
it's on
run.
its way. We are playing maximum distance. Wonderful. Has she got her bowl? And she has.
Is it enough?
Is it
No.
enough?
No.
Ooh.
No. And
I know. Guess who's going to be coming down? I think it's a measure. She has.
Yep. She's coming down.
So
And
she
look,
she asked the question,
Yeah, yeah.
and then she thought,
Yeah.
nah, I'm coming down.
and I'm not so sure that I would do this in this situation, because the marker said you've got shot.
Well, that
So-
actually
so-
brings in doubt.
Yeah, exactly.
And she
She's
did
got
this
time
in
to
the
walk down there and
semi-final.
have a look. And, you know, sometimes you're better off just, okay, I'm holding one, I'm just going to draw in and make it 2 if I can, you know. But now she's walked down there, she's thinking about it, she's looked,
But
she
look,
walks
for
back.
me, with what happens with all good bowlers, I'm thinking 2 shots ahead. That blue bowl is the only bowl in the head for her.
That's right.
I can tell you, Helen can't die wondering.
Yeah.
She needs to play with weight, sit that bowl and stay for 3.
Yeah. Yep.
That's there.
Her other option is, and I haven't seen enough to be convinced that she could play it, is a direct drive onto the jack into the ditch.
guess
Trail
what?
the jack into the ditch.
Helen's taken a seat.
Yep.
Because you know this is what Amanda's going to do, a bit of
Yeah.
gamesmanship. I'm going to make you wait.
Yep.
The bowler's on its way. You
Yep.
can see the line. Yeah, it comes. And thank you very much again to Minnie. She's overtime in this little step that she's played.
And look at this for a bowl.
That is class. Oh,
Game
is it
set.
shot? Now,
Game and set, but I don't think it's match yet.
we're trying to get Nicole. We're trying to see if it's one. I don't think that bowl is in the count. I don't know. And yet, Helen is hesitant to go down because,
Yeah.
viewers, it's up to Helen, regardless of the marker, to be responsible for whether it's her shot or not.
Yep.
I don't think it's going to change what she's going to play. I think she needs to try and search for that blue bowl. No, she's changed to the forehand. She's reaching. She's running through. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have a champion in Deaf Bowls Australia. The National Deaf Bowls Championship has gone to
Women's singles.
women's singles. Amanda Kerr from Deer Park. Congratulations to you. A round of applause. Thank you, Minnie. Thank you, Foxy. We'll make that, but it's a win to Victoria.
Yep.
Comments on that? That was just an outstanding game.
Oh, look.
Obviously, the score
Yeah.
of 21-11,
Yep.
but a worthy final.
Look, I think Amanda just got into a groove there, and she worked out that Helen was struggling on long ends, so she stuck to her game plan. She stuck to the long ends, and at the end of the day, I think, you know, she... Not that Helen played badly, but Amanda was
They're
just...
measuring. It can't be an early call. It
Oh,
looks from
no.
where we are that the shot is in and it's a thumbs up.
It's done. Yeah.
Well, look, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back for the men's final. Not too far away. Take a bow. Your champion, Amanda Kerr. Thank you to Minnie. Thank you to Foxy, Queenslander, Maddie Harris, bringing to you the terrific women's singles final, YouTube Live Sports. You better be live in it. Deaf Bowls Australia, live from Club Charlestown. We'll have a little break, and we'll see you soon.
Turn mine down.